Chapter 756. Origin Court? Why is he going to Origin Court? Asked Beast Sovereign with a frown. He was afraid that Origin Court War God would run away. With his relationship with Origin Court War God, it was impossible for him to restrain Origin Court War God's actions. The Evil Sky Divine Guard replied, "It seems to be for the power of the War God." Hearing this, Beast Sovereign fell into silence. 6 breaths later, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Is there any movement from the Black Sword Court? They didn't do anything after entering the Void Boundary Palace?" Ever since Zhou Fa started targeting the Evil Sky Divine Range, he had been tracking the movements of the Black Sword Court. There were spies from the Evil Sky Divine Range in the Black Sword Court. Not at the moment. They are very calm. Strangely calm. The Evil Sky Divine Guard replied. When this matter was brought up, his expression became very strange. Ever since he knew that Zhou Fa was behind the Holy Ghost's escape, he was very afraid of the Black Sword Court. Unexpectedly, the Black Sword Court seemed to have calmed down when the dark period came. It was like the calm before the storm. "You may leave. Remember, if anything happens in the Black Sword Court, inform me immediately. In addition, there is also the Tianyi Divine Range's young Heavenly Lord. That kid is likely to be the strongest existence on the Sovereign list." Beast Sovereign waved his hand and ordered. The Evil Sky Divine Guard immediately left. Then, Beast Sovereign began to think about Zhou Fa. As long as the Black Sword Court was not eliminated, he would be in a bad mood. No one could pry into his future, let alone target the Evil Sky Divine Range and Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji began to teach Zhou Tanhua cultivation, Zhou Tanhua's extraordinary cultivation talent had burst out. It was as if this kid was possessed. He meditated by the lake every day and did not go out to play with others. Xian Xianghua stayed by his side and often checked on his cultivation progress. She was shocked. This kid, Xian Xianghua, fell into a trance. Looking at Zhou Tanhua, who was seriously meditating, she immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. Her heartbeat quickened. Could it be that this kid was going to be like his father and soar into the sky? She didn't know why, but apart from being pleasantly surprised, she also felt a little nervous. She could not be surpassed by her son. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian and others often came to visit Zhou Tanhua. However, this brat was very focused and didn't display any excitement. Instead, he was a bit anxious. He didn't want anyone to disturb him. "Not bad. You've been training hard since you were young. Are you trying to surpass your sister?" Zhou Shaoxian teased. In response, Zhou Tanhua, who was meditating, just nodded slightly. Jiang Shui praised, "Sister, Epiphyllum is becoming more and more reserved and calm. This is indeed not bad, but Shaoxian can't do it." In the past, Zhou Tanhua was naive and lively. But ever since he started cultivating, he had become introverted. He sat there like a little adult. Zhou Shaoxian pouted. "Mother, you despise me." Then, she glared at Zhou Tanhua. However, he was already in a meditative state and didn't notice her gaze. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "I'm suddenly worried that he will surpass me. What should I do?" She was always worried about personal gains and losses. She had always had the ambition to be unrivaled in the world. Before, Zhou Xuanji was very weak in her eyes, but now, she could not even see Zhou Xuanji's vision. If she was surpassed by her son again, she would really doubt her life. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "So what? No matter how strong he is still your child." When Xian Xianghua heard this, she felt that it made sense. She couldn't help but turn to look at the quiet and focused Zhou Tanhua with a meaningful look in her eyes. The other side. Zhou Xuanji was challenged again. He went out and returned in less than the time it took to brew half a cup of tea. A single exterminating divine light tasted the best in the world. On the way back, he was suddenly stopped by Wei Yi. "Senior Wei, what's the matter?" asked Zhou Xuanji. One wouldn't visit a temple for no reason. His friendship with Wei Yi wasn't to the point of visiting him for no reason. Wei Yi, staring at him, transmitted his voice, "I want to talk to you about Zhou Fa." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Why is this guy transmitting his voice? Is he afraid that Beast Sovereign will find out? Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before the two quickly left the Evil Sky Divine Range. They came to an inn in the nearby Origin City. After the food and wine were served, no one disturbed them again. "Zhou Fa secretly came to me and said that the future has changed again," Wei Yi said slowly after drinking a cup of wine. Wei Yi drank a glass of wine and slowly opened his mouth, his tone somewhat heavy. Zhou Xuanji asked while picking up some food, "Speak." He had always been skeptical about Zhou Fa's prophecy. But now, after hearing Wei Yi's words, he was even more convinced that Zhou Fa was talking nonsense. Who would talk about the future everywhere? Was this beneficial to Zhou Fa? He said that a genius will appear in the future and defeat you. He will sweep across the sovereign divine range. In less than 100 years, he will become the sovereign, Wei Yi explained. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, wanting to see the change in Zhou Xuanji's expression. However, Zhou Xuanji remained indifferent. He continued, "This genius is very cruel. After becoming the sovereign, he will suppress all the divine ranges. Our Evil Sky Divine Range will even fall in the first great elimination after he ascended to the sovereign position." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Doesn't this mean that this genius is the enemy of the Evil Sky Divine Range? In addition, Beast Sovereign will abandon the Evil Sky Divine Range. After saying this, Wei Yi's eyes turned sharp. He wanted to understand Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Then what do you think?" Wei Yi furrowed his brow and said, "The future can be changed, but we are not sure where that genius is. So, we have to be prepared. I want to do my best to help you become the sovereign, but if we fail, I hope we can escape together." He cherished his life. He had lived for so long and had paid so much for the Evil Sky Divine Range. He didn't want to sacrifice himself for the Evil Sky Divine Range. Escape? Where can we escape to? Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. If the enemy became the sovereign, would they still have a place to escape? Wei Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "I naturally have my own plan. It's a choice made when there is no other way. Before that, we must do our best. I want to cooperate with Zhou Fa to get rid of that genius first. After that, you can fight. Cooperate with Zhou Fa." Zhou Xuanji fell into hesitation. Is this old guy crazy? Is he going to betray Beast Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I will fight for the sovereign position, but I will never cooperate with Zhou Fa." He didn't have the slightest good impression of Zhou Fa. Wei Yi wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't want to cooperate. If you want to become stronger, you can't just cultivate in the divine range. You have to go out and challenge others. This will boost your prestige. Next, I will take you to a divine range." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He wasn't afraid that Wei Yi would harm him. His strength had greatly increased. He still had the power to protect himself against Wei Yi. The two began talking about the history of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Wei Yi had entered the Evil Sky Divine Range when he was young. At that time, Beast Sovereign was just a young genius. He was still far from being a genius. He couldn't be ranked in the Evil Sky Divine Range at all. Just as the two were chatting, boom! An explosion suddenly came from outside, shaking the entire inn. The two immediately scanned with their divine will and saw a figure appearing above the Origin City. Surprisingly, it was old demon Soul Mover. Looking down at the Origin City, he raised his right hand as a black hole appeared in the sky. It rapidly expanded as his incomparably huge soul mountain slowly descended. Chapter 757. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji muttered with a frown. Wei Yi's face also revealed a look of surprise. Old Demon Soul Mover was an existence wanted by the Kunlun Origin Court. Was he crazy? He dared to appear directly above the Origin City? Young Heavenly Lord, come out and fight with me. Old Demon Soul Mover roared, his voice shaking Origin City. During the Dark Age, the Origin City wasn't peaceful either. But generally speaking, it was just the fights between the various divine ranges. This was the first time an existence wanted by the Kunlun Origin Court had appeared. This was too audacious. One figure after another soared up from the various cities of the Origin City. The divine ranges near this Origin City were not weak, and they all knew about Old Demon Soul Mover's wanted order. Before long, Old Demon Soul Mover was surrounded by tens of thousands of powerhouses, and the number was still increasing. Young Heavenly Lord is the supreme talent of the Tianyi Divine Range? Zhou Xuanji asked Wei Yi. He had heard of this name before but he couldn't remember which divine range he came from. Wei Yi nodded and said, yes, his aptitude is also 18 star, and he hasn't appeared for more than 5,000 years. His strength is very strong, and I estimate that he has already surpassed the 9 vast heavens realm. There were countless geniuses in the Kunlun Origin Court. Those who could make a name for themselves were not simple, not to mention that the young heavenly monarch came from the Tianyi Divine Range. Old devil! Are you here to die? TSK, this is the Kunlun Origin Court. Are you crazy? Let's go together and kill him. We'll split the merit points evenly. Is this the legendary Old Demon Soul Mover? Interesting, he is indeed crazy. How many merit points can I get from killing him? The experts surrounding Old Demon Soul Mover discussed among themselves. They all treated Old Demon Soul Mover as prey. After all, this was not the superstar competition, and the ones facing Old Demon Soul Mover were not young geniuses. Old Demon Soul Mover raised his hand and held the soul mountain above his head. The countless vengeful souls on the surface of the mountain began to struggle and roar silently. He laughed disdainfully and said, if you're overestimating yourselves, then come at me. Seeing that he was fearless, the tens of thousands of creatures became hesitant. At this time, a beam of light rose from the Origin City and quickly arrived in front of Old Demon Soul Mover. The light dissipated, and a man wearing a purple robe with golden dragon patterns appeared. His face was cold, and his long hair was combed in a crystal jewel crown. 2 strands of hair fell down his cheeks. Young Heavenly Lord. He was the sovereign genius of the Tianyi Divine Range. In the Tianyi Divine Range, his position was just like Zhou Xuanji's. He was highly regarded by Nanmu Tianyi and had countless resources for him. It was worth mentioning that he was not the reincarnation of a powerful being. This was his first life. He was born with 18 star aptitude, and the moment he came into this world, it was world-shaking. Old Demon Soul Mover, what right do you have to come in? Young Heavenly Lord asked calmly. He raised his right hand, and a sword of light condensed in his palm. Traces of silver light wrapped around the blade of the sword. It was very dazzling. Old Demon Soul Mover grinned. I've already entered the sovereign list and am competing for the position of sovereign. What right do you think I have to come here? After that, he threw the soul mountain at young Heavenly Lord with one hand. It was as if an ant was holding up Mount Buzhou, and Mount Buzhou was stuck in his hand, unable to escape. Seeing that young Heavenly Lord was about to be hit, he suddenly raised his sword. Bang! The soul mountain was directly cut in half. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this. How could this be? That was Old Demon Soul Mover's treasure. How could it be cut in half so easily? Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi, who were in the inn, were also shocked. This, Wei Yi stood up. He couldn't believe his own divine will. Young Heavenly Lord is already this strong. No wonder Beast Sovereign asked the evil sky divine guards to focus on him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes, paying close attention to young Heavenly Lord with his divine will. He had a hunch that young Heavenly Lord would become a formidable opponent. Old Demon Soulmover was stunned for a moment before falling into a rage. He directly took back the two halves of the Soul Mountain and charged at young Heavenly Lord. Boom! The two collided. Facing Old Demon Soulmover's violent punches and kicks, young Heavenly Lord easily resisted them with the Sword of Light in his hand. At first glance, he looked very relaxed. No matter how powerful Old Demon Soulmover's aura was, he couldn't hurt him. The two quickly rushed out of the Origin City and started fighting in the Kunlun universe. Countless divine wills swept over from all directions, paying attention to this battle. Most of the creatures were surprised to see Old Demon Soulmover. However, young Heavenly Lord was very strong. So no one came to support him. Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Is his sword the Tianyi Divine Range's treasure? Wei Yi muttered to himself. His eyes were solemn. Young Heavenly Lord gave him a very strong sense of danger. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. For some reason, he felt that young Heavenly Lord's sword was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. This battle lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi continued to discuss this sovereign battle. After the sovereign list was released, geniuses and almighty cultivators were competing with each other. The friction between the divine ranges had also increased. Especially the evil sky divine range, which had suffered a lot of suppression. After all, Zhou Xuanji had the Holy Ghost, which was an unstable factor for the other divine ranges. After half a day, the battle between young Heavenly Lord and Old Demon Soulmover ended. The winner turned out to be young Heavenly Lord. According to Wei Yi, young Heavenly Lord had already reached the level of a middle-level divine range master. With the help of the Sword of Light, his strength had reached an immeasurable level. At least, Wei Yi couldn't beat Old Demon Soulmover. Zhou Xuanji didn't feel discouraged. Young Heavenly Lord was still a top-tier expert on the sovereign list. Wei Yi got up. Before leaving, he said with a smile, "Show your sharpness well. I will help you later. Just wait for the opportunity to come to you." Having said this, he disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was about to leave and a figure appeared in front of him. It was the young Heavenly Lord. He directly sat opposite Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Sit down and talk." Zhou Xuanji heard him and sat down. He was also very curious about what this guy wanted to talk to him about. He wasn't too afraid of the young Heavenly Lord. Young Heavenly Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Your exterminating divine eyes have already been developed to perfection? I heard that you have many treasured swords. Do you want to cooperate with me?" Zhou Xuanji still remembered Nanmu Tianyi's face, so his first impression of the young Heavenly Lord was not very good. What kind of cooperation? He asked with a chuckle, wanting to know more about it first. If it doesn't mean anything to him, then he'll reject it. You and I will work together to break into a divine range and plunder their resources. Young Heavenly Lord said straightforwardly, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. So arrogant? It seemed like it belonged to a lesser divine range. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Which divine range do you want to plunder? Aren't you afraid of the Origin Court's punishment?" Young Heavenly Lord sneered and said, "The Origin Court blames me? Without a supremacy, what strength do they have to provoke a sovereign divine range?" Zhou Xuanji did not agree immediately. Instead, he was thinking about how strong a sovereign divine range was. Every sovereign divine range had given birth to a sovereign. They had a strong foundation. After all, there was inheritance between the sovereigns. So the two sovereigns who were connected to each other had a close relationship. The same was true for their divine ranges. Chapter 758. The God range we are going to deal with is called the Innocent God range. Its strength can only be considered average. They are rich in sword heart grass, which can strengthen the sword Tao. You are also a sword cultivator, how can you miss it? Young Heavenly Lord drank a cup of wine and said with a smile. He did not force Zhou Xuanji but waited patiently. Zhou Xuanji did not agree immediately but fell into deep thought. The sword heart grass could strengthen his sword Tao. To him, it was indeed a good thing. However, he had his own principles. Bullying a divine range without any grievances or hatred made him feel somewhat ashamed. The mortal divine range was still manageable. After all, they had enmity with the evil sky divine range and were stronger than the evil sky divine range. After a while, Zhou Xuanji slowly said, "Forget it, thank you for your kind intentions." Hearing that, young Heavenly Lord's eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He was prepared to fight at any moment. Very few people dare to reject me. You are the first one with a cultivation weaker than mine. Young Heaven Lord smiled, but his smile was very cold. Zhou Xuanji looked at him fearlessly. Their eyes met, competing with each other. Zhou Xuanji, will you become the biggest obstacle on my path to the sovereign? Young Heavenly Lord continued to ask. His cold expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji replied, I really hope that I can become one, but I don't have the power for now. Young Heavenly Lord couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He stood up and looked down at Zhou Xuanji as he said, You have great talent and many fortuitous encounters. I hope you have the strength to fight with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji did not leave immediately but continued to drink in the guest room. He was thinking about his future path. If he really wanted to fight for the position of supremacy, his current cultivation speed was not enough. The young Heavenly Lord's strength had already surpassed the ranks of geniuses. He was a true powerhouse of the Kunlun origin court. If Zhou Xuanji wanted to become the sovereign, he had to be at least as strong as the young Heavenly Lord. After returning to pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji went straight to the cultivation palace. He sat down cross-legged and took out the lesser supreme sword. Do you know anything about the Tianyi divine range? Zhou Xuanji asked. Little sovereign stretched his waist and yawned, Tianyi divine range? Isn't that my disciple's divine vein? That's the supreme martial artist that I mentioned before, the one who doesn't have enough strength but is unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Doesn't this mean that Little Sovereign is related to the Tianyi divine range? Little Sovereign sneered and said, What? Did the Tianyi divine range bully you? Zhou Xuanji was silent. This brat was really shameless to be able to guess it. Although the young Heavenly Lord did not make things difficult for him, the Tianyi divine range pursued him relentlessly. As long as he did not hand over the Holy Ghost, Nanmu Tianyi would not give up. Cultivate well. When you become strong, no one will bully you. Little Sovereign smiled contemptuously. He was as annoying as ever. Following this, he began to preach the Tao and help Zhou Xuanji cultivate. The days became dull again. The appearance of old demon Soul Mover caused a lot of commotion in the Kunlun origin court, but he helped the young Heavenly Lord become stronger. Since then, the young Heavenly Lord had completely shown his brilliance. He became the most dazzling existence on the sovereign ranking. Void Boundary Palace. Old demon Soul Mover stood behind Zhou Fa, facing the vast void outside the tower. His face was filled with shame and anger. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Losing to the young heavenly lord was a huge blow to him, but he couldn't find an excuse. That sword was really too strong. Don't let your imagination run wild. That sword is the holy judgment sword of the Tianyi divine range. Evil demons like you are the bane of it, Xiaofan said in a slightly mocking tone, making Old Demon Soul Mover feel even more uncomfortable. Old Demon Soul Mover asked in a muffled voice, "What should we do next?" He lost to the young heavenly lord in the first battle. How could he compete for the sovereign's position? Apart from the young heavenly lord, there are very few people who can beat you in the sovereign treasures. However, there are also many people who are still hiding and haven't made a move. The dark period has just begun. In the future I see, the young heavenly lord is just cannon fodder, a stepping stone for the sovereign to rule the world, Xiaofan calmly said, looking into the distance. Old Demon Soul Mover gnashed his teeth and asked, "What is the future you see?" He often suspected that this kid was fooling him. The future is always changing. Is it fun? As I said, the real sovereign hasn't appeared yet. We must rise before he appears. When I help you capture Daohu, you can become stronger. At that time, defeating the young heavenly lord will be a piece of cake. Xiaofan turned to look at Old Demon Soul Mover and smiled meaningfully. He raised his right hand and waved. A gigantic creature appeared in the depths of the void. It was a dragon head with a pitch-black body and 4 dragon horns. The dragon's eyes were wide open with a pair of golden pupils that flickered with killing intent. Old Demon Soul Mover frowned and asked, "Why do you always like to play with fire? First it was the Holy Ghost, and now it's this guy. Aren't you afraid of digging your own grave?" He suddenly couldn't understand Xiaofan. He was also Xiaofan's risky move. Xiaofan smiled and said, "Dragon Emperor Yuangu is full of anger. As long as he enters the Kunlun origin court, those sovereign divine ranges won't be stable." Old Demon Soul Mover looked at Dragon Emperor Yuangu's dragon head with fear. Remember, he almost became a sovereign. Don't underestimate him, Old Demon Soul Mover reminded again. Although Dragon Emperor Yuangu's head had already appeared, he could feel that Dragon Emperor Yuangu was still outside the Kunlun origin court and couldn't break the rules of the origin court. Xiaofan nodded slightly and didn't speak anymore. His eyes were locked on Dragon Emperor Yuangu with a hint of expectation. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had been growing. Every month, geniuses would come to challenge him. Without exception, he defeated all of them. The truly powerful geniuses wouldn't come to challenge him in person. Generally speaking, those who were famous would challenge the existences on the sovereign list in order to make a name for themselves. However, something that worried Zhou Xuanji happened. That was, Zhou Tanhua suddenly stopped growing. He stopped at the age of 12, and his height stopped growing. At first, everyone didn't care. But later on, they felt that something was wrong. With Zhou Tanhua's cultivation, he shouldn't have any hidden diseases. Why didn't he grow taller? Zhou Xuanji found Zhou Tanhua. This kid was dressed in white and had a handsome face. Although he was only 12 years old, he already looked like an elegant young master. It was as if he had walked out of a painting. He was still sitting at the place where he first cultivated. No matter how the breeze blew, he didn't get up. Even when Zhou Xuanji came, he didn't get up to greet him. Zhou Xuanji slapped him on the head and scolded with a smile, "Brat, have you been bedeviled by cultivation?" Zhou Tanhua opened his eyes and said with a shy smile, "Father, I haven't been bedeviled. I just like the feeling of cultivation." Zhou Xuanji squatted down and asked, "Why don't you grow taller?" In his opinion, this kid must have deliberately suppressed his figure. Zhou Tanhua blinked and said, "I recently felt the power of the exterminating divine eyes. I adjusted my body to the most suitable for my cultivation. My current body is the best body for cultivation." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He suddenly felt that he didn't know this kid well enough. Chapter 759. But you can't keep this body shape all the time. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a wife in the future? Zhou Xuanji teased. Zhou Tanhua blushed in response. He said awkwardly, "Father, I'm still young. I don't want to think about this." In just a few years, this kid had changed from lively and naughty to reserved and intelligent. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Father, is there anything else? Zhou Tanhua asked obediently, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. This kid has really changed. He actually drove me away. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Don't you want to ask me about the cultivation method?" Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, "The world Buddha art is very exquisite and has a lot of room for improvement. I want to focus on cultivating it." Zhou Xuanji looked at him in a different light once again. He was neither arrogant nor rash. He was very patient. He was completely unlike a child of his age. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile before disappearing. Since his son was fine and even disliked him for disturbing him, he didn't bother to care. He had just scanned Zhou Tanhua with his divine will. There was really nothing wrong with Zhou Tanhua. There was no sign of him being possessed. His soul was still pure and familiar. After returning to pure sword heaven, he continued to cultivate. Zhou Tanhua's transformation had become a legend in pure sword heaven. It had even spread to Emperor Sword Court. Nearly 100 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court knew that Zhou Xuanji had given birth to another son who had surpassed the Saint Realm as soon as he started cultivating. Emperor Sword Court was located in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. For them, the Kunlun Origin Court was the upper realm. Everyone's cultivation goal was to break through to the Saint Realm and ascend to pure sword heaven. Over the years, people had come to pure sword heaven one after another. Zhou Xuanji didn't register their identities, so they didn't need to participate in the Great Elimination. Even in the Dark Period, the Great Elimination was still going on. The middle and lower divine ranges didn't dare to act recklessly. Only the super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges dared to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji had just been cultivating for half a year when the peace was broken again. Beast Sovereign sent him a voice transmission, telling him to go to the Sovereign Palace. When he arrived at the Sovereign Palace, he saw thousands of figures standing there. Everyone was silent, not daring to make any noise. Under Beast Sovereign's beckoning, Zhou Xuanji walked to the front, attracting everyone's attention. By now, everyone in the Evil Sky Divine Range was very familiar with Zhou Xuanji. Most of them looked at him kindly or nodded to greet him. Zhou Xuanji walked over to Wei Yi's side and waited quietly. As usual, Wei Yi was calm and composed, not saying a word. When everyone had arrived, Beast Sovereign said, "The Mortal Divine Range has declared war on our Evil Sky Divine Range. This sovereign needs you to go out and explore. Kill any Mortal Divine Range creature you see. Don't worry, because they will also kill you." No one was shocked by this. The two divine ranges were already irreconcilable enemies. Coupled with the previous matter of the Holy Ghost, the negotiations between the two sides had completely collapsed, and they were ready to go to war regardless of everything. "Will there be other divine ranges besieging us?" someone asked with a solemn expression. Beast Sovereign looked at him and said, "Yes, not only us, but the Mortal Divine Range is also facing the same situation." There was no true alliance in the Kunlun Origin Court. For the sake of benefits, even the strongest relationship would collapse in an instant. "Pack up your things. You're all going out this month. You're not allowed to come back for 100 years. Beast Sovereign continued to instruct, and everyone answered in unison. After that, he instructed a few more things that they needed to pay attention to and let everyone leave. This time, he didn't specifically ask Zhou Xuanji to stay. After walking out of the sovereign palace, Wei Yi flew up to Zhou Xuanji and said, "Next is your stage. Are you ready?" His eyes were full of expectation. He believed that Zhou Xuanji could kill everyone with the exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also looking forward to it. By the way, the young heavenly lord broke into the pure evil divine range. The divine range collapsed, and countless sword heart grasses were lost. "If you're lucky, you can collect them," Wei Yi said with a smile. Wei Yi smiled. When he mentioned this matter, he had a carefree expression on his face. Zhou Xuanji curiously asked, "Lost? Did something go wrong?" Wei Yi nodded, smiling gloatingly. "The pure evil divine range has an old ancestor whose strength surpasses the origin fusion divine lord. He taught the young heavenly lord a lesson. Now, the young heavenly lord is seriously injured and won't appear again in a short time. And that old ancestor is afraid of the Tianyi divine range's revenge and has already fled the Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji was taken aback. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. As soon as he thought of the young heavenly lord's proud and cold expression, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Fortunately, he refused. Otherwise, he would have been affected. Besides, he didn't have the strength of the young heavenly lord. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. After returning to the pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji told Xian Xianghua and the others about the matter. Then, he left in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Along the way, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage attracted countless gazes. How could 5-9 vast heavens realm mounts not attract attention when they gallop together? After leaving the evil sky divine range, Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the pure evil divine range. He wanted to see if he could pick up the sword heart grass. At the same time, the news of him leaving the evil sky divine range spread. Many people on the sovereign list were eyeing him. They wanted to use him as a stepping stone. Pure sword heaven, Zhou Tanhua, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Who is it?" A figure rose from the lake. It was Zhou Fa. He stared at Zhou Tanhua and asked in amazement, "How did you detect me?" He pretended to be calm, but there was a trace of fear hidden in the depths of his eyes. Because Zhou Tanhua's eyes had turned purple. A faint purple glow was flickering in them. It seemed as if it could shoot out at any time. "If I detected you, then I detected you. Do you still need to ask why?" Zhou Tanhua replied. Although he was still young, he had already guessed the other party's identity. He remembered that Zhou Shaoxian had mentioned that there was a person who looked exactly like their father and was also targeting their father. The Lord of the Black Sword Court, Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This kid is already so mysterious at such a young age. How strong will he be when he grows up? Do you want to become stronger? I can foresee your future. I can make you the sovereign, Zhou Fa tempted. He didn't approach Zhou Tanhua. The two kept a safe distance. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, "I just want to cultivate by myself. My father will become the sovereign." His expression was very serious, as if he was stating a fact. "What about you? You are a heavenly sage. You should already have a goal in your heart, right?" Zhou Fa asked. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He saw that the future had changed again. This kid in front of him would be a great threat in the future. "I just want to cultivate well now. You can go. You are not my real body. You can't hurt me." Zhou Tanhua stared at him and said softly. Zhou Fa fell into silence, deep in thought. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Tanhua. However, the son of that person was really not simple. Zhou Tanhua's eyes burst with purple light. He snorted and said, "If you don't go, don't blame me for being impolite." Also, don't even think about the sovereign position. It will definitely belong to my father. Chapter 760. Then, don't you want to be the strongest? By then, even your father won't be able to control you, Xiaofan asked with an evil smile. Xiaofan asked with an evil smile. Jealousy flashed deep in his eyes. Why does this kid have such talent at such a young age? He wasn't willing. What terrified him the most was that he could change Zhou Tanhua's future with just a few words. The future was illusory, but many things were difficult to change. What did this mean? It meant that this kid's heart was transparent and could change his will at any time. There is no contradiction between becoming the strongest and letting my father become the sovereign, Zhou Tanhua said seriously. He wasn't moved by Xiaofan at all. As his voice fell, 2 exterminating divine lights shot out from his eyes. Xiaofan easily dodged it. The lake surface was evaporated by the exterminating divine light. Its lethality was astonishing. Seeing this, Zhou Tanhua slowly stood up as a terrifying aura erupted. Xiaofan's expression changed drastically as he immediately disappeared. Kid, just you wait, I will make you regret it. The young Zhou Tanhua was completely fearless in the face of this threat. He even smiled. He touched his eyes and murmured, "This power is so comfortable." Ever since he started cultivating, his exterminating divine eyes had been rapidly strengthening. He didn't tell his parents about this. He wanted to give them a surprise. But now, he was very happy. His exterminating divine light had reached a higher level. It would definitely become stronger in the future. After thinking about it, he sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. In the Kunlun universe, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was moving forward. The phoenix's cry was crisp and penetrating. Zhou Xuanji was cultivating in the carriage. Along the way, he could feel many divine wills paying attention to him. However, after leaving the evil sky divine range for so long, he hadn't encountered any challenges. This made him feel that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was waiting for him ahead. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, no divine wills were scanning him anymore. He could feel an extremely powerful aura in front of him, unscrupulously declaring war on him. 10,000 miles away, 11 figures were standing side by side. Their robes were fluttering in the wind, giving off a powerful aura. Their eyes were like torches as they looked at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flying from the depths of the starry sky. All of them were brimming with fighting intent. Zhou Xuanji's strength was inconspicuous on the sovereign list, but his reputation was absolutely second to none. Exterminating divine eyes, 18-star aptitude, Holy Ghost, this guy had too many opportunities. It was enough to make people jealous. Is everyone ready? Be careful of his exterminating divine eyes. The golden-robed man in the lead spoke. His expression was solemn as he stared straight ahead. Soon, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew over. Zhou Xuanji, come out and fight. The golden-clothed man cried out. In the Dark Age, even if Zhou Xuanji did not accept their challenge, they could still forcefully attack. The curtains of the carriage were pulled open, and Zhou Xuanji walked out. He looked at the 11 people in front of him, and the corner of his lips curled up. All of them are existences at the 9 vast heavens realm. They really think highly of me. He sighed with emotion in his heart. 11 9 vast heavens cultivators besieging a Tao ancestor, who would believe it if word got out? If it were 100 years ago, he would still have to look up to the 9 vast heavens. He said, "Come on, all of you come at me together." As soon as these words came out, the 11 9 vast heavens experts were stunned. This kid was too arrogant. They were furious and charged at Zhou Xuanji. They were incredibly fast, and they arrived above Zhou Xuanji in almost an instant. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his eyes. A purple light flashed, and the entire universe froze. The 11-9 vast heavens cultivators also stopped in the starry sky, unable to move. They widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Impossible. Why can't I move? The exterminating divine eyes has such an ability? We are not covered by the exterminating divine light. No, this is a great divine ability, suppressing the universe. The 11-9 vast heavens cultivators turned pale with fright. Following their gazes, they saw divine swords shining with silver light above Zhou Xuanji's head, pointing straight at them. Swish! 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 The divine swords fired at the same time, and they subconsciously closed their eyes in fear. However, all the divine swords stopped in front of them, less than 2 centimeters away from their glabella. At this moment, the 11-9 vast heavens cultivators felt the aura of death. Zhou Xuanji smiled. With a thought, the divine swords all turned around and flew into his sleeve, entering the supreme storage. He turned around and walked into the carriage. He was also afraid that these guys would continue to attack. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage's defense was very strong. The divine ability, suppressing the universe, ended. The 11-9 vast heavens cultivators regained their mobility. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with complicated expressions. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued moving forward. This time, they didn't dare to stop it. Looking at the scene of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage disappearing into the distance, they looked at each other in dismay. They were convinced of their defeat in this battle. If it were them, they wouldn't have shown any mercy. So, they saluted Zhou Xuanji across the air to show their respect. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji was thinking, am I being too kind? I haven't even used world internalization, and the enemy has already knelt. I should use the exterminating divine eyes less in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much help to my cultivation. The previous battle was witnessed by many creatures. News of Zhou Xuanji's strength spread out once again. Except for the battle between high-level divine ranges, most creatures were paying attention to the competition of the sovereign list. Every move of a genius like Zhou Xuanji was being watched. Next, he didn't encounter any more challenges. He smoothly arrived near the innocent divine range. Looking from a distance, the innocent divine range was in tatters. Countless gravel was floating around. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place. Zhou Xuanji stood on the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage's pedal, scanning the innocent divine range. He found that there were no creatures coming and going in the nearby universe. It seemed very dead. It seemed that there was no hope of picking up the sword heart grass. Strange, why are no creatures here? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Both sides were either injured or had fled. This area should be safe. Zhou Xuanji swept his divine will, covering this universe. The divine range in the distance seemed to be in a different universe from the origin city. It was completely different from the innocent divine range. At this moment, his divine will suddenly captured a trace of aura. It was very hidden on the other side of the universe. Zhou Xuanji immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The next moment, the space distorted, and a figure flew out. It was a bald girl in red. She had a pretty face and a terrified look on her face. She seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. Little nun. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Just when he was about to ask, a black spatial crack appeared behind the girl in red. A big hand grabbed her body and pulled her in. Everything happened too fast. Even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to stop it, it was too late. The spatial crack also disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. Who was that just now? Mortal God, she was taken away. The person who took her is probably a powerful expert from a sovereign divine range. Wei Yi's voice came. Wei Yi's voice rang out as he flew over from the east. It's this guy again. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel that Wei Yi is following me? He curiously asked, what's a mortal god? Could it be related to mortal qi? Chapter 761. The mortal qi covers the entire universe and becomes one of the basic elements of the universe. Any existence that develops for a long time will produce a spirit. The woman in red just now is the mortal god. Wei Yi flew up to Zhou Xuanji and explained with a smile. Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, in that case, the mortal god should be very strong. That woman just now didn't have any aura of cultivation. She was just like a mortal. Wei Yi nodded and said, how powerful are the mortal treasures? They can cut through everything, and the mortal gods born from the mortal qi are naturally even stronger. But a long time ago, a supremacy suppressed the mortal world's rules, making it impossible for the mortal gods to display their true strength. The most tragic thing was that they became cultivation herbs for the Almighty. They are formed from the red dust qi, so they can be used to cultivate the red dust divine art, and can also be used to refine red dust treasures. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sympathize. In this case, the birth of every mortal god represented a tragedy. All the powerful beings wanted them. Of course, sympathy was just sympathy. He did not feel any other emotions. After all, he didn't know this mortal god. Why is the mortal god hiding here? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. Logically speaking, mortal gods should be far away from the Kunlun origin court. Wei Yi smiled and said, she probably wants to save Daohu. Daohu has adopted a mortal god as his adopted daughter. This girl is eager to save her father, so she took advantage of the dark period to come here. Unfortunately, her aura is extremely sensitive to those powerful experts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Daohu adopted a mortal god? Now that he thought about it, he realized that he did not know much about Daohu. It was because of their positions that he had never truly gotten to know Daohu. Zhou Xuanji had another question. He asked, aren't mortal gods protected by the mortal divine range? Logically speaking, they belonged to the same bloodline, and the mortal divine range was a paragon divine range, so how could they not protect the mortal god? Wei Yi shook his head and said, the last supreme of the mortal divine range was the incarnation of a mortal god, so they were restricted by the other 9 sovereign divine ranges and could no longer take in a mortal god. At that time, the mortal god supreme was so powerful that later generations covered up her history in order to suppress the mortal divine range. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but be interested in that mortal sovereign. Aside from Little Supreme Being, Hongqian Supreme was the second supreme being he had heard of. He looked at Wei Yi and said, why are you looking for me? We met right after we parted. What a coincidence. He could see that Wei Yi definitely had another purpose. Wei Yi smiled and said, I had to put on an act in the evil sky divine range. I know who robbed the sword heart grass. I'll take you there. Zhou Xuanji nodded and returned to the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, asking Wei Yi to lead the way. Wei Yi glanced at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage enviously. He didn't dare to get on it. This was Zhou Xuanji's exclusive mount. It represented his identity. Beast Sovereign had told him that seeing the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was equivalent to seeing him in person. Then, he turned around and flew into the distance. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage followed closely behind. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji began to examine Wei Yi. What was this guy trying to do? Could he have really been persuaded by Zhou Fa and wanted to betray the evil sky divine range? However, no matter how one looked at it, Wei Yi was still loyal to Beast Sovereign. With Beast Sovereign's ability, how could he not notice that Wei Yi would betray him? An hour later, they arrived at the edge of the Kunlun origin court. There were countless meteorites floating here, as well as many broken buildings and artifacts. The junk of the Kunlun origin court will float to the edge, and the guy who stole the sword Heartgrass is hiding here. Wei Yi transmitted his voice. His tone was full of ridicule. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Help me get the sword Heartgrass." Wei Yi looked back. This kid didn't come out of the carriage. It seemed that he was afraid of him. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhou Xuanji immediately took action. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji scanned the surroundings with his divine will. Under his watchful gaze, Wei Yi quickly found a man hiding in the inner space of a meteorite. After some coercion and temptation, the man handed over a ring. Wei Yi didn't make things difficult for him. The man quickly fled. So smooth. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He felt that something was wrong. Wei Yi flew towards the Triphoenix Qilin carriage. He threw the ring into the carriage before Zhou Xuanji took it away. Zhou Xuanji asked while playing with the ring, "What's your plan next?" Just as Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, a mocking laugh came over. "My plan is to follow me. Zhou Fa. This lingering guy has appeared again." He appeared next to Wei Yi and looked at the Triphoenix Qilin carriage with an evil smile as if he was looking at his prey. "Zhou Xuanji, you are like a turtle in a jar this time. You can't escape," Zhou Fa said with a mocking smile. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding universe was suddenly swallowed by darkness. All the surrounding rubble and artifact fragments burst out with all kinds of light, turning into a colorful net that sealed this space. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the carriage, his purple sky stardust robe fluttering despite the absence of wind. He calmly looked at Zhou Fa and asked, "Why do you always pay so much attention to me? Wasn't my last defeat miserable enough? Last time, Zhou Fa was defeated by suppressing the universe and had to beg for mercy. And now, this kid was looking for trouble again. He was really tired of living. I really want to invite you to join the Black Sword Court. As long as you come, I will make you the Vice Court Master," Zhou Fa said with a smile. But no matter how one looked at it, his smile was very provocative. It could even be said that he was asking for a beating. Zhou Xuanji bluntly said, "Black Sword Court? Isn't this imitating my Emperor Sword Court? What the hell does this kid have to do with me? Everything is imitating me. Even his appearance and figure are the same." Zhou Fa raised the corner of his mouth and said, "What imitation? I also like it very much." Puff. A sapphire arm pierced through his chest, stopping his words abruptly. He looked back in shock and saw Wei Yi appear behind him. At this moment, Wei Yi's body had turned sapphire. His face was extremely cold like an ancient god. "You dare to betray me?" Zhou Fa was furious. His words were filled with killing intent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but guess. Is Wei Yi pretending to cooperate with Zhou Fa and digging a pit for this guy to jump into? Wei Yi sneered and said, "What do you mean by betrayal? What have you given me? Do you think I am old demon soul mover, brainless?" He pulled out his right hand and directly blasted Zhou Fa's body before grabbing Zhou Fa's soul with his palm. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on the footboard, quietly watched this scene. Zhou Fa's soul suddenly exploded, turning into strands of black qi that spiraled wantonly. "Since that's the case, then I will kill you." Zhou Fa cried out viciously as two beams of black light shot out of thin air, aiming straight at Wei Yi. Wei Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest as a blue light burst out of his body, blocking all of Zhou Fa's attacks. Zhou Xuanji didn't make a move and just watched them fight. For some reason, he felt that the two of them were acting. The battle seemed big but it didn't cause any substantial damage. Zhou Fa couldn't even use the teleportation divine ability that he was so proud of. It's a trap. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji quickly reversed the Triphoenix Qilin carriage and flew backward. Chapter 762. Seeing Zhou Xuanji escape, Zhou Fei's expression changed slightly. He exchanged a glance with Wei Yi and immediately chased after Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, couldn't help but sigh. These two are really cunning. When Wei Yi attacked Zhou Fei, he really thought that Wei Yi was on his side. But as a result, he pretended to escape, and these two revealed their true colors. "Sovereign, it seems that you have also made a mistake," Zhou Xuanji murmured. Previously, he, Beast Sovereign, and Wei Yi had almost formed a small group. Unfortunately, Wei Yi's mind was confused by Zhou Fei's prophecy and he had completely lost himself. But now, he had to think about how to get rid of these two. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage moved forward at full speed. It was like a beam of fire shuttling through the Kunlun universe. Wei Yi and Zhou Fei couldn't catch up quickly. What kind of carriage is this? Space and time divine abilities can't get close within 100 feet. Zhou Fei asked, gritting his teeth. Wei Yi, who was next to him, sighed but didn't answer. Such a mount was second to none in the evil sky divine range. It was specially made for them. And as soon as it was made, Beast Sovereign gave it to Zhou Xuanji. This made him envious for a long time. The most annoying thing was that after Zhou Xuanji got the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, he couldn't use it for a while. It was simply a waste. In terms of speed, Wei Yi and Zhou Fei weren't as fast as the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. And their space divine abilities couldn't get within 100 feet of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. This made them very uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, felt very comfortable. He was still using the suppressing the universe, which often affected the speed of Wei Yi and Zhou Fei. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Kunlun universe. There were divine ranges in all directions. Wei Yi didn't dare to chase them anymore. But Zhou Fei was still chasing after them. This scene was caught by the passing creatures. Isn't that Zhou Xuanji? Why is he chasing after his own artifact? No, that's not Zhou Xuanji. Is he Zhou Fei from the Black Sword Court? Rumor has it that he looks exactly like Zhou Xuanji. That's right. I heard that the two of them were enemies. I did not expect Zhou Fei to dare to hunt down Zhou Xuanji. This isn't the evil sky divine range during the Dark Age. The creatures discussed among themselves as they gazed in the direction they left. Quite a few creatures chased after them out of curiosity, wanting to see the battle situation. When Zhou Xuanji noticed that Wei Yi didn't dare to chase after him, he appeared on the roof of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage out of thin air and suddenly cast the suppressing the universe divine ability. The space-time here froze in an instant, and two exterminating divine lights shot out, covering Zhou Fei head-on. Zhou Fei froze in the air, his expression shocked. It was this move again. This was the second time he had fallen to this move. He tried his best to activate his divine eyes, but he was completely unable to suppress the power of the exterminating divine eyes. His eyes were also of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Black Desire Divine Eye. He relied on this eye to kill in all directions, but the exterminating divine eye naturally countered the Black Desire Divine Eye, making him feel so stifled that he was about to explode. Damn it! Why is it like this? Zhou Fei could not suppress his anger. Even someone who was 100 times more powerful than Zhou Xuanji was toyed with by him. And yet, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji. If this continued, he would be traumatized by Zhou Xuanji. Why don't you learn from good things and insist on pestering me? Zhou Xuanji asked in a cold voice, looking down at him condescendingly. The ultimate sovereign divine shadow sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head out of thin air and pierced Zhou Fei's chest. Zhou Fei was horrified to find that his Tao energy was being sucked away. That move, Zhou Fei was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly thought of something and cried out in horror, "That genius is you. How is it possible? Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand what he was talking about, but he was too lazy to care. He just concentrated on absorbing Zhou Fa's Tao energy. Wei Yi was spying in the dark. He really wanted to make a move, but he was afraid of being seen by Beast Sovereign. As long as Beast Sovereign didn't see him joining hands with Zhou Fa, he still had hope of quibbling. He didn't want to leave the evil Sky Divine range in a short time. Although the Black Sword Court was strong, it couldn't be seen in the light yet. I have to find a way to catch him. Wei Yi's eyes flickered as he thought of countermeasures. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Tao energy skyrocketed. A new Tao flower fruit had already been born. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth as a black light suddenly burst out from his eyes. There was a loud bang. His eyes exploded, followed by his entire body. The terrifying impact almost threw Zhou Xuanji off his feet. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage also shook from the impact. When Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes again, Zhou Fa was already nowhere to be seen. Those eyes just now, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This kid is ruthless enough to blow up the exterminating divine eyes. Could it be that those eyes aren't any weaker than the exterminating divine eyes? Zhou Xuanji returned to the carriage and continued thinking. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued moving forward. Zhou Xuanji took out the ring that Wei Yi had given him before and probed it with his divine sense. There were countless silver grasses piled up inside. These silver grasses were in the shape of swords, shining with a faint cold light. Sword heart grasses. Zhou Xuanji took out a handful of sword heart grasses and refined them with his Tao energy. After refining them into sword heart grasses, he found that his sword Tao was getting stronger. He continued refining them. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was still moving forward. But its speed wasn't as fast as before. It was as if it was traveling through the universe. Time passed slowly. Zhou Fa was seriously injured. Most likely, he wouldn't come to make things difficult for him again. Wei Yi didn't dare to deal with him openly. So, he was safe for the time being. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zhou Xuanji refined all the sword heart grasses and directly broke through to the 25 flowers Tao ancestor realm. A massive amount of sword Tao energy filled his body, making him feel like he had more to say. It would be great if there were more sword heart grasses. No wonder young Heavenly Lord wants to loot the innocent divine range. They are really rich, Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. He should have chosen to rely on the innocent divine range. He remembered that the innocent divine range had visited the longbow divine range. But compared to the other divine ranges, they were inconspicuous. Boom! 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 At this moment, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was attacked by a series of divine abilities. The carriage shook violently as if it would explode at any time. Zhou Xuanji had already gotten used to it. During this time, people often attacked the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage but they couldn't break its defense. So, he didn't care. Zhou Xuanji, get out. Why is this guy hiding in the artifact? Damn, I can't get in at all. Is this the foundation of a super divine range? This artifact can block all of our attacks. Sure enough, no one on the sovereign list is easy to deal with. What the hell is he doing inside? He hasn't come out for a month. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but find it funny when he heard the curses outside. He immediately lifted the curtain and walked out. He saw hundreds of people surrounding the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Each of them was holding an artifact and glaring at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Seeing Zhou Xuanji appear, they were taken aback and quickly retreated. Zhou Xuanji was just about to speak when he suddenly looked in another direction. He saw a figure walking over in the air. He was wearing a long robe and had an old and cold face. His eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji. Nanmu Tianyi. The Sovereign Range Lord of the Tiani Divine Range. Chapter 763. Why is this old thing here? Do you want to capture me? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Normally, a range master would not attack the geniuses of other divine ranges. It would be beneath his status. However, the evil sky divine range was in a dangerous period and anything could happen. If Beast Sovereign didn't make a move, he would have to kneel here today. Although he was full of confidence, he also understood the gap between him and Nanmutiani. The several hundred people in the surroundings also noticed Nanmutiani's approach, but they did not recognize him. There were many powerhouses in the Kunlun Origin Court. Who could remember each and every one of them? Nanmutiani, as the sovereign bloodline master, rarely appeared in front of everyone. Even if they didn't recognize him, they could sense that Nanmutiani was very powerful. Zhou Xuanji, come with me. Nanmutiani said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji, not allowing him to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, if I go, can I survive? When the onlookers heard this, there was an uproar. Who was this old man? Even Zhou Xuanji feared him. As long as you obey me, I won't kill you. Nanmutiani said calmly. Then, he changed the topic and continued, don't think that Beast Sovereign will come to save you. He can't even take care of himself. Everyone is an ant in front of the general trend. Although the Evil Sky Divine Range is a super divine range, its current ranking is already your limit. Do you understand? The Evil Sky Divine Range has no future. Only by following our Tiani Divine Range will there be hope. Not only did this old man want to seize the treasure, but he also wanted to seize the person. With a thought, the soul source orb between Zhou Xuanji's eyebrows appeared, and a trace of black qi of bad luck leaked out. Nanmutiani coldly snorted. Do you really think I'm afraid of the Holy Ghost? Zhou Xuanji's gaze became serious, and the surrounding void became dark, isolating the spectators. In the blink of an eye, only he and Zhou Xuanji were left in this dark void, and no one else could disturb them. I'm not afraid to tell you that I deliberately pretended to be afraid in order to elevate your Evil Sky Divine Range. A super divine range wants to surpass a sovereign divine range? Aren't you afraid of falling to your death? Your Beast Sovereign is very courageous. He dares to accept any challenge. Now, he will reap what he has sown. Nanmutiani laughed disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. Obviously, his evaluation of Beast Sovereign was very low. Zhou Xuanji didn't refute this. Beast Sovereign was indeed a little impatient. Although he didn't know how strong a sovereign divine range was, wanting to go against the entire Kunlun Origin Court with just the Evil Sky Divine Range's ranking was just seeking instant benefits. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji would never betray the Evil Sky Divine Range. Unless the Evil Sky Divine Range didn't want him. Zhou Xuanji used the Sword Fusion Technique and Nine Soul Fusion Technique, raising his aura to the peak. The Proud Mortal Sword and Proud Mortal Ghost Sword appeared in his hands, and the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage behind him was stored in the Supreme Storage. He had already entered battle mode. The moment Nanmutian saw his expression, he understood what he meant. It's a pity for your talent. Nanmutiani shook his head and sighed. He raised his right hand, and 4 golden mountains appeared around Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, there was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sandwiched by the 4 golden mountains and could not move. What kind of divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. This attack came too quickly, and even though they were facing each other, he could not react in time. He struggled hard but he couldn't push the 4 golden mountains away. At this moment, he was like a monkey under the 5 elements mountain. He couldn't escape at all. Nanmutiani walked over and said expressionlessly, since you don't want to surrender, then die. Seeing that you are talented, I will give you a chance to be reincarnated. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and directly threw out the Holy Ghost from the Soul Source Orb. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well fight. The invisible Holy Ghost flew out from his Soul Source Orb. It roared silently with a hideous look on its face. Although Nanmutiani couldn't see the Holy Ghost, he could feel its presence. Just in time. The corner of Nanmutiani's mouth rose. He raised his right hand and grabbed the Holy Ghost in his hand. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was a little stunned. The Holy Ghost was caught just like that? How high is this old thing's cultivation? No, I must find a way to escape, Zhou Xuanji thought. He saw that Nanmutiani was overjoyed. He no longer cared about dealing with him. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji desperately urged the power of the exterminating divine eyes to resist the 4 golden mountains. It was the first time he had encountered such a divine ability. It was as if he was sandwiched by 4 hard sponges. Every time he used his Tao energy, it would be absorbed. Nanmutiani noticed his movements and said with a smile, "Do you want to live? I can give you a chance to live." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Nanmutiani stopped smiling and said calmly, "I have lived for countless years and killed too many range masters and geniuses. You can subdue the Holy Ghost, which shows that you are different from the others. If you can be reborn, I will help you become the sovereign in the future. Should you accept it or not? If you refuse, I can give you a quick death." Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Is there such a good thing? What does this old thing want? Nanmutiani continued, "Don't think it's unbelievable. The Tiani divine range has given birth to the sovereign and also supported the sovereign. I have no interest in the sovereign. Otherwise, I would have the highest chance of becoming the sovereign. The impasse I will send you to is called Anti-Kunlun. Everything has 2 sides. The Kunlun origin court is the same. In Anti-Kunlun, everything is the opposite of reality. Anyone who enters Anti-Kunlun will find it difficult to escape. There is only one way to escape, and that is to reach the peak of the origin court. Are you going or not?" Nanmutiani looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked solemnly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How many people have you sent to Anti-Kunlun?" Nanmutiani replied, "There are at least 10,000 of them." "How many people escaped?" "1 person." "Who?" "The sovereign who disappeared." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He didn't expect Nanmutiani to have such a past with the sovereign. When you are strong enough, you will understand that there are no eternal enemies in the Kunlun origin court. Back then, the sovereign was like you. He was also my enemy. But he passed the test, so I helped him. After he became the sovereign, he promoted the Tiani divine range. Strength is the key to everything. Nanmutiani waved his left hand, and a 7-colored vortex appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, blocking his sight. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence. He was still thinking about Nanmutiani's words. The 7-colored vortex approached him and soon engulfed him. The 4 golden mountains dissipated along with it, disappearing with the wind. Nanmutiani looked at his right hand. It seemed like there was nothing there, but in fact, it was grabbing the Holy Ghost's neck, making it unable to move. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "I hope you can give me a miracle. The origin court needs a sovereign. But it's not easy to escape from Anti-Kunlun. Previously, I was more optimistic about a seedling, but he died inside." Immediately, he turned around and left. He was very happy to get the Holy Ghost. He was ready to go back and study it. "Dia, this time, you will definitely lose." Chapter 764. After Zhou Xuanji fell into the colorful vortex, he felt the world spinning around him. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he couldn't help but feel dizzy after spinning countless times. He felt that his internal organs were about to spill out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Bam! Zhou Xuanji fell to the ground. His bones were almost broken. He didn't prop himself up but lay on the ground to rest. After a long time, only then did the extremely uncomfortable dizziness slowly disappear. He opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a dusky world, surrounded by black gas. There was no spiritual qi here, only a kind of gas similar to the qi of misfortune. It was very evil. Even someone as strong as Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but feel murderous. He immediately suppressed this feeling. He didn't act immediately. Instead, he took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Soon, Little Sovereign appeared. Little Sovereign shouted, "Why are you calling me again? How long have I been asleep? Kid!" He shut up before he could finish speaking. He looked around in shock. His eyes widened as he cursed, "Brat, how did you come to Anti-Kunlun?" His tone was full of horror. He wasn't scared for himself but for Zhou Xuanji. "This kid is dead." "I just want to ask you about Anti-Kunlun," Zhou Xuanji calmly asked. His heart had been in a state of uneasiness ever since he came to Anti-Kunlun. But he didn't panic. "Since I'm here, I'll just take things as they come. It's better than being killed by Nanmutiani. Everything in Anti-Kunlun is the opposite of the Kunlun Origin Court. Here, you will meet all the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court. But their personalities are completely opposite. You will also meet the opposite of yourself. Once the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court come here and expose their identity, they will be hunted down endlessly. The most terrifying thing is that if you want to reach the peak of the Origin Court, do you know what you have to go through?" Little Sovereign said in a horrified tone. In the end, he even deliberately scared Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji impatiently asked, "Can you stop keeping me in suspense?" Little Sovereign sighed and explained, "The peak of the Origin Court is where the Sovereign lives. This is why those who can break out can become the Sovereign. It's because they have already experienced the power of the Sovereign and obtained the Sovereign's consent." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He finally understood how difficult this task was. How was this a fortuitous encounter? It was simply sending him to his death. In the future, Nanmutiani could say that he had given him a chance to live. If Zhou Xuanji really made it out and became the Sovereign, he would owe him a favor. It had to be said that this move was flawless. It was no wonder that the Tiani divine range was able to establish itself for such a long time. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to save himself. Little Sovereign glanced around and said in amazement, "Your luck is pretty good. This is a continent. If you fell into a sovereign divine range, it would be fun." A continent meant a mortal world. "Can you help me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "Help? How could he help? At most, I can point out the scenery along the way." Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not speak again. He didn't directly take back the Lesser Supreme Sword. Instead, he let Little Supreme Sword guard the surroundings. 6 hours later. Zhou Xuanji got up and took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and sat inside. Since the Anti-Kunlun was essentially the same as the Kunlun Origin Court, he might be able to attract the attention of many creatures if he traveled on this treasure, saving him some trouble. After all, no ordinary person could have such a gorgeous and powerful mount artifact. Inside the carriage, Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration, "Brat, you are very smart. Back then, I also relied on this method to stay safe for a long time. But in the end, it still depends on strength." Back then. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in surprise. It turned out that this guy had also broken through the Anti-Kunlun. Little Sovereign, seeing the look in his eyes, immediately smiled proudly. "Do you know, the most dangerous enemy in the Anti-Kunlun is the person you care about? Their temperament is the opposite of what you remember. They will become your enemy. You have to think about how you will kill them, little sovereign reminded. He couldn't help but sigh at the mention of this. Back then, he had been troubled by this. He still had lingering fears. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had also thought of this. But in his opinion, his family in the Anti-Kunlun wasn't his family. His family was unique. Everything in the Anti-Kunlun had nothing to do with him. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew into the sky, piercing through the spacetime barrier and heading toward the Anti-Kunlun origin court. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji saw many creatures with his divine will. These creatures didn't look any different from the creatures in the Anti-Kunlun origin court. But they were dark as if they were in the dark. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage didn't stop. All the creatures it encountered along the way looked at it, but no one dared to approach it. Zhou Xuanji noticed that these creatures didn't like to communicate. There were many grudges between them. This is the Anti-Kunlun. The main theme of the Kunlun origin court is peace and order. But in the Anti-Kunlun, it's slaughter and chaos. Naturally, they don't dare to talk casually, little sovereign replied, making Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. He was wondering if the existence of the Anti-Kunlun was real or illusory. If it really exists, why are there two origin courts with the same group of creatures? After some time, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage finally drove into the Black Sea on the edge of the origin court when a voice came. "Stop, who are you? Tell me your name." The voice was very soft and had a sense of cautiousness. Zhou Xuanji scanned it with his divine will and found that it was a void boundary god. He was trembling in front of Zhou Xuanji, looking very timid. Zhou Xuanji had a weird look on his face. He suddenly wanted to laugh. He didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He just drove the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage forward quickly. Void boundary god couldn't stop him. He could only evade. Looking at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage moving away, Void Boundary God sighed and murmured, "They all bully me, humiliate me. If you continue to force me, I won't do it." Void Boundary God felt extremely wronged. Ever since he became the Void Boundary God, he had lost all his face. This void boundary was obviously empty, but he had to stay here. It was simply torturing him. On the other side, after entering the Anti-Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji didn't go looking for the evil sky divine range. Instead, he flew upward. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage wasn't too fast because Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about countermeasures. He needed to think about how to reach the peak of the origin court. He couldn't help but ask Little Sovereign, "Is there no special opportunity in the Anti-Kunlun? There should be magical opportunities in such a dangerous place that could make people reborn." "I thought so too when I first came in," Little Sovereign sighed. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. How much time would it take for him to break out of the Anti-Kunlun just by relying on his own cultivation and world internalization? If there was no opportunity in the Anti-Kunlun, what was the point? But then I found out that there was. Little Sovereign suddenly changed the topic and chuckled. Zhou Xuanji wanted to beat him up. Why does this guy like to keep me in suspense? Chapter 765. Will you die if you say it directly? Zhou Xuanji asked in a bad mood. This guy still likes to keep me in suspense at a time like this. Little Sovereign chuckled and explained, "The rules that maintain the existence of Anti-Kunlun are called inverse chaos qi. As long as you devour it, you can continue to grow stronger. You can even master the inverse chaos divine ability. This divine ability can reverse all divine abilities. Strong is weak, hard is soft, broad is narrow. Mastering the inverse chaos divine ability can help you walk more steadily on the Sovereign's path. It can even be said that you can only escape if you master the inverse chaos divine ability." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He immediately became interested in the inverse chaos chi. If the inverse chaos divine ability is really as powerful as Little Sovereign said, I really have to learn it. He waited for Little Sovereign to continue. Little Sovereign said leisurely, the inverse chaos chi is equivalent to the luck of Anti-Kunlun. You must kill the enemy to accumulate the inverse chaos chi. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Is he forcing me to become an enemy of Anti-Kunlun? Little Sovereign said with a playful smile, yes, this is almost a dead end. Of course, there is another option, and that is to integrate into Anti-Kunlun. However, your aura and Anti-Kunlun's Tao energy repel each other. If you don't absorb the inverse chaos chi, you will be gradually nibbled away. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He immediately made up his mind. I can't stay here forever. I have to go back. In that case, I have to kill my way back. This might be unfair to the people of Anti-Kunlun, but he had no choice. Even if he didn't kill the creatures of Anti-Kunlun would still kill him. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji swept out his divine will and began hunting. Next, he killed all the creatures he encountered along the way. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. His movements were very fast. He tried to make the creatures of Anti-Kunlun suffer as little pain as possible. Gradually, he felt a strange power flowing in his body. Inverse chaos chi. This power was very strange. He couldn't control it, but it was very warm. It made him feel refreshed. In order to avoid being chased by Anti-Kunlun, he didn't move too fast. He specifically looked for the direction with the least number of creatures to prevent the news from leaking. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Zhou Xuanji had accumulated a lot of inverse chaos chi in his body. But according to Little Sovereign, he was still far from mastering the inverse chaos divine ability. When his inverse chaos chi reached a certain level, he would be able to comprehend the inverse chaos divine ability. After comprehending it, he would have to cultivate it, and the process of cultivation would consume even more inverse chaos chi. Just tell me, how many do I have to kill to cultivate the inverse chaos divine art? Zhou Xuanji, listening to Little Sovereign's preaching, interrupted impatiently. Little Sovereign chuckled and said, at least 100 Origin Fusion Divine Lords can comprehend it. If you want to completely learn it, you'll have to kill 1,000 Origin Fusion Divine Lords. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He already knew that the Origin Fusion Divine Lord was a realm above the 9 vast heavens. He couldn't even take on 1 Origin Fusion Divine Lord, let alone 1,000. Wei Yi was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, which was equivalent to killing 1,000 Wei Yis. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. How were they supposed to kill him? It was not a matter of time at all. He had to continue to become stronger in order to achieve that. It's not that easy. Let's take it slow. Little Sovereign comforted him. He understood Zhou Xuanji's despair. Back then, he was even more desperate. But now, at least Zhou Xuanji had him to guide him. In the past, he was completely blind. If he hadn't killed countless creatures and suddenly comprehended the inverse chaos divine art, he wouldn't have known about its existence. Before that, he had spent thousands of years learning it. For thousands of years, he had wandered from place to place, hiding from place to place. He had suffered as much as he could. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. With the ability of the evil sky divine range, it wouldn't be destroyed in a short time. So, he didn't have to worry about the evil sky divine range. At this moment, he had to find a way to become stronger. In the process of killing the enemy, he also used world internalization to enhance his cultivation. Time continued to pass. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji's killing of Anti-Kunlun creatures was still leaked out. After all, there were many experts in the Anti-Kunlun. They could see it from a distance. Plus, so many anti-Kunlun creatures had died in his hands. How could he not be noticed? Stop! A loud roar came. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, swept out with his divine will. His expression suddenly turned weird. It turned out to be Ingzhuge. Ingzhuge's face was hideous and murderous. His black robe fluttered non-stop as if his whole body was burning with flames. His opposite looks like this. Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. In his impression, Ingzhuge was confident and calm. But this Ingzhuge looked so violent. He didn't panic. He wasn't afraid of Ingzhuge now. He directly took out the proud mortal sword and used suppressing the universe at the same time. Ingzhuge couldn't move in an instant. The proud mortal sword flew out of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and pierced through Ingzhuge. The mortal world was severed. His soul was shattered. Ingzhuge's Tao energy was sucked into Zhou Xuanji's body. After killing Ingzhuge, Zhou Xuanji drove the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and quickly left. He didn't know which divine range this Ingzhuge represented, but he understood that he couldn't afford to offend either side. The anti-Kunlun seemed desolate, but the divine ranges still existed. It was just that they weren't as harmonious as the Kunlun origin court. All the divine ranges were at odds with each other, fighting openly and secretly. Zhou Xuanji sat in the carriage, deep in thought. Can I take advantage of the hatred between the divine ranges? However, he couldn't go there with his real body. He immediately took out his doppelganger. Pan Zhen was the most powerful chaos demon god in a universe. All these years, Zhou Xuanji did not neglect his clones. Pan Zhen's power was already close to the Tao ancestor realm. He poured the inverse chaos qi in his body into Pan Zhen's body, wanting to turn Pan Zhen into a living being of anti-Kunlun. This move of yours is very clever. I understand what you are trying to do. Little Sovereign's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in admiration. Back then, if he had discovered the effect of the inverse chaos qi earlier and used Zhou Xuanji's method, he might not have been in such a difficult situation. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Help me control the direction of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and escape to a place where no one can find us." He wasn't afraid of Little Supreme betraying him. The Sword Spirit had said that the Sword Souls in the Supreme Legendary Sword system were absolutely loyal to him. It was impossible for them to plot against him. It was an undetectable form of control. "Alright, I'll bring you to the secret cave abode that I used to live in." Little Sovereign smiled proudly. Only after coming to the anti-Kunlun did this kid realize how powerful his real body was. As long as he helped Zhou Xuanji break out of the anti-Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji would have great hopes of becoming the sovereign. Once Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, he would have a chance to be resurrected. As for betraying Zhou Xuanji and finding other hosts, he didn't have such a thought at all. Even he himself couldn't explain it. Maybe this kid's experience was similar to his. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He began to focus on modifying Pan Zhen. Over the next period of time, experts kept coming to kill him. It seemed that they belonged to the same divine range. Fortunately, he had the exterminating divine eyes. No matter how many came, he killed them all. Chapter 766. Half a month later. Under Little Sovereign's control, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage arrived at the edge of the anti-Kunlun. There were many continents of different sizes floating in the air, like stars surrounding the moon. The nearby emptiness realm was dead silent. There was no sign of life. It was gloomy. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew for about an hour before stopping on a barren continent. It could even be said that this was a giant meteorite. They flew into a hole in the ground and disappeared into the darkness. Pan Zhen's transformation was still continuing. He had already succeeded more than halfway. After all, he didn't have a soul and was only an avatar. His physical body was even more so the primal chaos body from the beginning of the universe, so it was very easy to transform. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the Triphoenix Chilan carriage passed through a barrier and came to a bright world. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. The ground was covered with green mountains and clear waters. There were many birds flying past. It was like a fairyland. Zhou Xuanji scanned the entire world with his divine sense and was shocked. The spiritual qi and Tao energy here were very abundant, and there was even a lot of inverse chaos qi mixed in. Amazing, right? Back then, after I learned the inverse chaos divine art, I didn't leave the Anti-Kunlun directly. Instead, I came back to reinforce this world. I thought that one day, I would have to return to the Anti-Kunlun. After all, after recultivating, would also have to recultivate the inverse chaos divine art. I would need the inverse chaos qi. Little Sovereign smiled proudly. He was proud of his far-sighted vision. Zhou Xuanji didn't argue this time. He also felt that Little Sovereign was far-sighted. After the Triphoenix Chilan carriage landed, Zhou Xuanji walked out of the carriage with Pan Zhen and the Lesser Supreme Sword. Walking on the soft grass, the spiritual energy here made him feel refreshed. Ever since he arrived at the Anti-Kunlun, he had been feeling very uncomfortable. He only felt better when he absorbed the inverse chaos qi. Then I'll take root here, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then, he stabbed the Lesser Supreme Sword into the soil. He then sat opposite to Pan Zhen and focused on modifying Pan Zhen. 6 days later, Pan Zhen had completely turned into a creature of Anti-Kunlun. Most of the inverse chaos qi that Zhou Xuanji had absorbed had been consumed, but he didn't feel bad about it. Only in this way could he safely obtain more inverse chaos qi. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent Pan Zhen toward Anti-Kunlun. Pan Zhen's massacre might be a common thing for the Anti-Kunlun, but if Zhou Xuanji personally acted and was discovered, he would become the public enemy of the Anti-Kunlun, and they would unite against him. Aren't you being too relaxed? Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. He was speechless when he saw Zhou Xuanji cultivating by himself. This was the first time he saw someone casually barge into Anti-Kunlun. He could not help but feel envious. Back then, if he had had Zhou Xuanji's serendipity, he would not have had to suffer so much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and snorted, "Don't be envious. Explain the Tao to me." Little Sovereign curled his lips. Since when did he have to be forced by the listener to preach the Tao? How hypocritical the world was. He cursed in his heart and then preached honestly. Zhou Xuanji quickly entered an absolutely calm Tao realm. The surrounding Tao energy surged madly into his body. Numerous phantom swords appeared around him, each using their own sword techniques. The scene was very majestic. On the other side, after Pan Zhen left the continent, he headed straight for Anti-Kunlun. He did not have an independent consciousness, but Zhou Xuanji had given him an order to kill any living creature he saw. Zhou Xuanji had also ordered Pan Zhen to target all living beings below the Tao ancestor realm. Of course, he didn't kill children or women. However, it was too difficult to meet children in Anti-Kunlun. Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for millions of years? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 1000th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 1000 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained All Life Fusion, Reverse Divine Sword, Mysterious Tao, Desolate 7 Apertures Sword, Grand Enlightenment Divine Slash. Zhou Xuanji heard the sword spirit's voice and opened his eyes. Unknowingly, he was already 1000 years old. Time really didn't wait for anyone. Up until today, the number of divine swords he had was close to 4000. all the divine swords could use the sword fusion technique to help him. Information about the two swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, reverse sword level, myriad fusion, description: this is a divine sword that can reverse everything. Its origin is mysterious. To use this sword, one must reach the origin fusion divine lord third enlightened realm. Sword name, heavenly wilderness 7 apertures sword grade, profound path, description: the heavenly Tao has 7 orifices, which are the centers of thousands of rules. This sword has countless changes and mysteries. You need to be at the late Tao treading saint realm to use this sword. Zhou Xuanji cried out in surprise. Could the reverse sword be related to the inverse chaos qi? But why did it have to be such a coincidence? Is it because of the inverse chaos qi in my body? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He noticed the words origin fusion divine lord third enlightened realm. He asked, origin fusion divine lord is divided into enlightened realm? A voice came from the lesser supreme sword next to him, yes. Origin fusion divine lord is divided into 9 enlightened realms, mind enlightened, body enlightened, and soul enlightened. Each enlightened realm has an insurmountable gap. Zhou Xuanji became even more interested after hearing this. He immediately asked, how does one cultivate origin fusion divine lord? The path of cultivation wasn't about breaking through endlessly by practicing and cultivation technique. Every breakthrough in the realm required a trick. Wait until you reach the 9 vast heavens. You are still far from it, little sovereign said in a bad mood. Zhou Xuanji could only stop asking. Next, Zhou Xuanji began to learn the Great Awareness Divine Slash. The Great Awareness Divine Slash was a divine ability that could be used in conjunction with the exterminating divine eyes. Wherever one looked, the Great Awareness Divine Slash would attack. With a slash of the sword, if I can't do it, then who can? This divine ability wasn't bad. It was extremely destructive. Kunlun Origin Court, Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Tanhua still looked like a teenager. He was sitting cross-legged by the river, cultivating. Xian Xianghua stood beside him, looking at him. After so many years, Zhou Tanhua's strength had already surpassed the heavenly saint and was comparable to the overlord saint. Such rapid progress made her very anxious as his mother. She was afraid that her son would surpass her at any time. Mother, how long are you going to watch me? Zhou Tanhua asked in a helpless tone. Ever since he started cultivating, Xian Xianghua had been looking at him very strangely. And look at Zhou Shaoxian. Her mother dotes on her so much. Sometimes, Zhou Tanhua would feel jealous in his heart. But as his cultivation grew higher and higher, he got over it. It wasn't that his mother didn't love him, but she wasn't good at expressing it. She had placed all her feelings on his father, causing her to feel a little distant whenever she faced him. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Aren't I supervising your cultivation? When your father comes back, he will definitely be very surprised." Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He also wanted to get his father's praise, but Zhou Xuanji hadn't been back for a long time. All creatures in the evil sky divine range, listen up. The evil sky divine range will be attacked by all the major divine ranges. All existences above the Tao ancestor realm, gather and prepare for a large-scale war. Chapter 767. The evil sky divine range was besieged by various divine ranges. Zhou Tanhua opened his eyes in shock, and Xian Xianghua's complexion also changed dramatically. The reason why they could cultivate so peacefully was because of the evil sky divine range's protection. They did not want anything to happen to the evil sky divine range. With Zhou Xuanji's previous hatred, only the evil sky divine range dared to take him in. "I hope your father is not in danger," Xian Xianghua said softly, her eyes filled with worry. That brat had left for so long and still hadn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Even she was so worried, let alone Jiang Shui. They did not dare to look for Daoya Old Man or Xian Daoya to have their fortunes read, so they could only worry blindly. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, Mother, the evil sky divine range is only ranked in the top 10. Why does Beast Sovereign dare to go against all the divine ranges? Does he have a trump card? Xian Xianghua said perfunctorily, How would I know? Only Di Zun himself knows. You should continue cultivating. With that, she quickly left. Zhou Tanhua smiled helplessly. He suddenly didn't want to cultivate anymore. He got up and went to find Chang Xian. He believed that Chang Xian could help him understand Beast Sovereign and the evil sky divine range. Anti-Kunlun, the underground world. Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivating. Pan Zhen flew back and passed the inverse chaos qi in his body to him. He noticed that Pan Zhen's right arm was broken. It was a miserable sight. Strange, why hasn't it recovered? Could it be some kind of rule power? Most of the time, he was immersed in cultivation and did not pay attention to Pan Zhen. Only now did he know that Pan Zhen was injured. Little Sovereign smiled and said, That's normal. With such strength, it would be a joke if they turned the anti-Kunlun upside down. No matter how strong Pan Zhen was, he did not even have the strength of a Dao ancestor. Only heaven knew how long it would take for him to collect the inverse chaos qi. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not plan to hide here forever, he just wanted to cultivate for a while. Once he reached 30 flowers Dao ancestor, he would kill his way out. Only by reaching this realm could he truly use the Lesser Supreme Sword. Right now, he could only communicate with Little Sovereign, which didn't have much practical use in combat. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and helped Pan Zhen heal. A day later, Pan Zhen's right arm began to heal on its own. Zhou Xuanji did not send him out again. Under the preaching of Little Sovereign, he continued to cultivate. He was already very close to 30 flowers. He had learned a lot of Sword Dao divine abilities, and his Dao was created by himself. Under the preaching of Little Sovereign, condensing a Dao flower wasn't difficult for him. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to the 30 flowers Dao ancestor realm. The first thing he did after the breakthrough was to hold the Lesser Supreme Sword. Soon, he felt the surging power of the Lesser Supreme Sword. Kid, my sword is not simple. You have to use it carefully. Little Sovereign reminded with a proud look on his face. From now on, he could help Zhou Xuanji in battle. He could also display the power of a sovereign. Although it was far from his peak strength, it was enough. Zhou Xuanji stood up and smiled in high spirits, Okay, it's time to go out and explore. He put the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage into the Supreme Storage and quickly escaped from the underground world with the Lesser Supreme Sword in hand. He flew toward the center of Anti-Kunlun. The power of the Lesser Supreme Sword was majestic, just like the exterminating divine eyes. It gave him an inexhaustible feeling. No one below the Essence Fusion Divine Lord should be able to defeat him. As for the Essence Fusion Divine Lord, he wasn't sure. He could freeze some Essence Fusion Divine Lords, such as Zhou Fa. Some couldn't, such as Wei Yi. Of course, Zhou Fa might not have reached the Essence Fusion Divine Lord realm at all. He just had a special divine ability that was deliberately mystifying. At least, that was what Zhou Xuanji thought. In his eyes, Zhou Fa was just that weak. Kid, you will also encounter the 5 ultimate divine eyes in Anti-Kunlun. You have to be careful. The 5 ultimate divine eyes reinforce and restrain each other. The exterminating divine eyes restrain the black desired divine eyes, and the destruction divine eyes restrain the exterminating divine eyes, Little Sovereign reminded. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fail miserably. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. He had learned a lot about the 5 ultimate divine eyes from barbaric ultimate god. Exterminating divine eyes, black desired divine eyes, Kongtong divine eyes, violent tremor divine eyes, and destruction divine eyes. The 5 divine eyes had different magical uses. All of them belonged to the pinnacle of the power of the eyes. Zhou Xuanji hadn't truly felt the power of the other divine eyes for the time being. Barbaric ultimate god's eyes were long gone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into the great elimination of the Saint Realm. It was precisely because the violent tremor divine eyes weren't there that he suffered such humiliation. After walking for about an hour, he encountered a group of creatures flying towards the Anti-Kunlun origin court in a mighty manner. It seemed that they belonged to a certain divine range. Zhou Xuanji used suppressing the universe, freezing time and space as he raised the lesser supreme sword and slashed. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Countless streaks of sword qi wreaked havoc, annihilating all the living beings in the area. Everything happened too quickly. This group of creatures didn't even have time to feel fear. Strands of invisible inverse chaos qi drilled into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him feel refreshed. Not only that, but there was also a huge amount of Dao energy. He used it together with world internalization. Only in this way could he grow stronger quickly. He continued moving forward and quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Some time later, a legend spread in the Anti-Kunlun universe. There was a swordsman who killed every creature he saw without mercy. Only Origin Fusion Divine Lords could defeat him. Because Zhou Xuanji encountered an Origin Fusion Divine Lord and was defeated. Zhou Xuanji almost died in this battle. Fortunately, Little Sovereign burst out with powerful strength and teleported Zhou Xuanji away. After returning to the underground world to rest, Zhou Xuanji directly lay in bed for 3 months. After he recovered, he came out again. Don't be reckless this time. Little Sovereign reminded, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would repeat the same mistake. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, after that battle, I have become stronger again." When he fought with that Origin Fusion Divine Lord, he had absorbed a lot of his opponent's Dao energy, making his cultivation progress. Until now, his cultivation had reached 32 flowers Dao Ancestor Realm. That guy's cultivation must be above Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 3. You didn't lose unjustly. It's already very strong that you didn't get killed in an instant, Little Sovereign said, nodding. This sentence was true. He had severely reprimanded Zhou Xuanji in order to teach him a lesson. Now that Zhou Xuanji had recovered, Little Sovereign wanted to give him confidence so that he wouldn't be traumatized. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was more determined than he had imagined. This time, I will kill my way to the mortal divine range. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he said with a mysterious smile. Little Sovereign's eyes widened when he heard this. He cursed, "Are you crazy?" The mortal divine range was a sovereign divine range. Its history was even longer than Little Sovereign's. Zhou Xuanji sped up and said softly, "Don't worry, I have a goal." Little Sovereign furrowed his brow. What is this kid thinking? He suddenly thought of something. His expression drastically changed. "Are you crazy?" he angrily rebuked. Panic was written all over his face. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were firm as he said, "Isn't the mortal god very useful for cultivation? I want to give it a try." Chapter 768. Mortal God. Ever since Zhou Xuanji heard about the origin of the mortal god, he had memorized this name. If it was before, he would definitely not go and capture the mortal god. But now that he was in the Anti-Kunlun, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Of course, he didn't refine the mortal gods like the other powerful figures. He wanted to find other ways to become stronger from the mortal gods. No, it's too risky. There are many ways to become stronger. I'll tell you one by one in the future. Little Sovereign anxiously said. Why does this kid like to court death so much? Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. He would not force his way into the mortal divine range. He just wanted to go to the mortal divine range and see if there was a chance to meet the mortal god. Although Anti-Kunlun and Kunlun Origin Court were essentially the same, the distribution of creatures was different. They were developing in two completely different spacetime. Little Sovereign was so angry that he wanted to curse. But he was just a sword soul. He couldn't stop Zhou Xuanji at all. He could only give up. After entering the Anti-Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji encountered many creatures. He did not attack immediately. After all, there were many divine ranges and origin cities around. Along the way, he came to the vicinity of the mortal divine range. From a distance, the mortal divine range was obviously larger than the other divine ranges around it, like a mountain protruding from the forest. There were many creatures in the mortal divine range, but not many went in and out, giving off a desolate feeling. Zhou Xuanji found an opportunity to catch a creature from the mortal divine range and quickly left. Arriving at the void realm of Anti-Kunlun, he took out the truth sword and pierced it into his opponent's body. Do you know the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. The other party was an ordinary-looking young man dressed in black. He had the cultivation of one vast heavens. The black-clothed youth looked terrified as he answered truthfully, I know. His expression became even more frightened. Why did he answer? Impossible. Could it be this sword? His eyes were locked onto the truth sword, as if he was looking at the most terrifying existence in the world. Tell me, is there a mortal god in the mortal divine range? Where are they? Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes and continued to ask. The black-clothed youth replied, There are two of them. One is about to be given to the Tianyi divine range to show the long-lasting friendship between the two lineages. I'm not sure about the other one. It seems that she only recently found out about her identity. Previously, she was cultivating in an academy. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. How should I get those two mortal gods? He asked, Do these two mortal gods have any missions recently? Or will they come out? The black-clothed youth instantly despaired. If he continued to speak, would he still be able to live? Unfortunately, he couldn't control his mouth. Yes, they are about to go on a trip. This will be their last trip. How strong are the people protecting them? Not sure. How many are there? I really don't know. The black-clothed youth was on the verge of tears. He had already said everything he could. If he continued asking, he knew that death would be waiting for him. Do you know the exact time? I'm not sure. I only heard this from someone else. Alright, thank you. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. The truth sword gave off a horrifying sword chi and instantly turned the young man in black into dust without any pain. Little Sovereign watched from the side and asked curiously, Are you sure you want to capture the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to think of a countermeasure. Should he capture one mortal god, or both at the same time? He wasn't afraid of offending the Tianyi divine range and the mortal divine range. However, he had to capture the two mortal gods without anyone knowing. Although he wasn't afraid, his strength was still there. He had to hide for now. Then I will help you. Once we capture the mortal gods, I have a cultivation method that can help you speed up your cultivation. I also have a way to speed up the devouring of inverse chaos chi, Little Sovereign said in a low voice. Little Sovereign muttered with a helpless expression on his face. He couldn't dissuade this kid and could only obey. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, Why didn't you say so earlier? Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said, You are so crazy. Do you think I would dare to tell you? He suddenly looked forward to it. If he really captured the two mortal gods, this kid might really become stronger. Next, Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the mortal divine range. After that, he continued to capture lone mortal divine range creatures. Through the truth sword, he collected a lot of information. After piecing it together, he roughly knew the itinerary of the mortal gods. 50 years later, they would leave the Anti-Kunlun and go to the origin of the mortal Qi. It could be considered a farewell to the past. It was worth mentioning that the mortal gods were biological sisters. They were born in the mortal divine range. They were originally favored by the heavens. But now, they had become cultivation furnaces. They were on the verge of collapse. This trip was to enlighten them. The mortal gods were supposed to be powerful and noble. But now, they were the cultivation geniuses of all the powerful cultivators. It was really ironic. Since there were still 50 years left, Zhou Xuanji didn't want to wait any longer. He continued to hunt anti-Kunlun creatures. After 30 years, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had finally reached the consummation of the 36th grade Dao Ancestor realm. The inverse Chaos Qi had reached an extremely majestic level. But he was still far from cultivating inverse Chaos Qi. It was worth mentioning that he had already earned the title of Exterminating God. In the Anti-Kunlun, countless creatures knew that a swordsman with exterminating divine eyes was killing people everywhere. This matter caused quite a stir because the owner of the exterminating divine eyes said that no one in the future practiced the sword. Some people had already speculated that Zhou Xuanji came from outside the Anti-Kunlun. Many divine ranges even issued a bounty to hunt down Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's strength had been growing. He could already fight against Origin Fusion Divine Lord Yi Ming. Once he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he would immediately run away. With the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, it would be very difficult for enemies below Origin Fusion Divine Lord Yi Ming to catch him. Just like Wei Yi in the past. No divine ability could invade the space within 100 feet. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage traveled quickly in the Anti-Kunlun universe. Thousands of creatures were chasing after it like a group of meteors. Each of them gritted their teeth. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up with it. It was driving them crazy. What's going on? Why can't we catch up? That magic carriage is weird. We can't teleport directly. This kid is so despicable. I can't stand it. I must catch up and kill him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the carriage, heard the discussion behind him. The corner of his mouth rose. The Lesser Supreme Sword was still leaning against the wall of the carriage. Little Sovereign's soul was floating above the hilt. He smiled helplessly and said, "Kid, you aren't panicking at all. The number of people chasing after you will be bigger in the future." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay. When we get out of the void boundary, it will be my turn to kill them." He had deliberately lured so many creatures to follow him. Little Sovereign shook his head and smiled. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. After leaving the void boundary, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped. Zhou Xuanji cast the Suppressing the Universe. All the creatures chasing after him froze, unable to move. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Chapter 769. What happened? Little Sovereign asked with a faint smile. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's frown, he smiled very happily. The reason why Zhou Xuanji stopped and did not attack was because he sensed an unusual aura. It was faintly discernible, as if the moment he made a move, the mysterious existence would rush out. It was definitely an existence above the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 4. He had encountered 3 Origin Fusion Divine Lords, but they did not give him such a terrifying feeling. He slowly sat down and controlled the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage to move forward. Once the suppressing the universe divine ability was lifted, those living beings didn't chase after him anymore. All of them were drenched in cold sweat. The suppressing the universe just now made them feel a lingering fear. If Zhou Xuanji acted, he would definitely be able to kill them. Why didn't he attack us? I'm not sure. Let's just forget about it. Exterminating divine eyes, this is too ridiculous. Whoever wants to kill me can go ahead. I give up. It's too difficult. The exterminating divine eyes are worthy of being one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. All of the living beings exclaimed in admiration as they watched the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage disappear into the distance. Zhou Xuanji's sense of unease did not disappear. He could sense that the mysterious being was tracking him. Little Sovereign was also aware of it. He sighed and said, "You're going to fail this time. The other party is probably a branch master level existence." Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. A branch master had set his sights on him so quickly? Furthermore, the range master that he couldn't see through was definitely a divine range that was above the middle rank. There was a loud bang. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage came to a sudden stop. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a figure appear in front of him. He used his Dao energy to block the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, almost causing it to flip over. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed, and fear filled his eyes. Origin Court War God. The other party was the Origin Court War God. Compared to the sacred and domineering Origin Court War God of the Kunlun Origin Court, this Origin Court War God was wearing black armor and had a ferocious face. There were 3 black spears floating behind him, just like the evil god himself. Zhou Xuanji got up and walked out with the lesser supreme sword in his hand. He came to the footboard, looked at Origin Court War God, and said, "What can I do for you?" The Origin Court War God in front of him looked evil, and no matter how he looked at him. "You're killing people everywhere, and you're asking me why I'm here? Tell me where you came from, or I'll kill you immediately." Origin Court War God said with a sinister smile. The 3 spears of black light rose from his back, pointing straight at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Can't you sense my background?" The auras of the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court and the creatures of the anti-Kunlun were fundamentally different. In addition, creatures from the Kunlun Origin Court often came to anti-Kunlun. He didn't believe that the Origin Court War God couldn't guess his identity. It seemed like this guy had some ulterior motives. "How did you get here? Do you have a way to bring me to your plane?" Origin Court War God narrowed his eyes and threatened. In the anti-Kunlun, another plane had existed since ancient times. For the anti-Kunlun, the Kunlun Origin Court was also regarded as an illusory existence. Regardless of which plane was real and which was fake, the living beings in it both believed that the other was fake. "I was sent here by someone. He forced me to come here, or else he would have killed me." Zhou Xuanji replied honestly, making Origin Court War God frown. He asked, "Why did that person send you here? Let me go back alive. It's that simple? Otherwise, why would I keep killing? I want to adapt to you and find a way back. With my strength, could it be that the other party expects me to wipe you all out? Do you think that's believable?" Seeing Zhou Xuanji acting like a hoodlum, Origin Court War God fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji continued, "Where I come from, you are my son's revered teacher. Are you sure you want to kill me?" As soon as he said this, Origin Court War God's face immediately turned gloomy. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was playing with him. Zhou Xuanji continued without giving him a chance to speak. He told him what he knew about Origin Court War God. When Zhou Xuanji mentioned Beast Sovereign, Origin Court War God's expression softened. In the anti-Kunlun, Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign still had the best relationship. He was no longer righteous but evil and murderous. Beast Sovereign was no longer domineering and mighty. Instead, he was a yes man. In that case, take me there. We will depend on each other in the future. How about it? I can help you kill your enemies, Origin Court War God said. Origin Court War God said with some expectation in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, why do you want to leave the Anti-Kunlun? Origin Court War God glared at him and said, you are the Anti-Kunlun. I have offended the sovereign. The sovereign is trying to punish me. Once he catches me, he can get rid of me fair and square. I am not his opponent. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Is this a hired thug coming to my door? He pretended to hesitate and said, if you want to leave the Anti-Kunlun, you have to leave from the sovereign's place. But you have to wait for me to cultivate a special divine ability. Little Sovereign had said that the native creatures of the Anti-Kunlun couldn't learn the inverse chaos divine ability. Origin Court War God said solemnly, it's okay, I will wait for you. When can you learn it? As soon as he thought of the sovereign, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. In the Kunlun Origin Court War God was the sovereign's loyal lackey. But in the Anti-Kunlun, he was the sovereign's mortal enemy. No matter how good the relationship between ruler and subject was, it couldn't compare to the beautiful brotherhood. I need to kill your creatures to obtain the inverse chaos chi, which is equivalent to your luck. Otherwise, I can't break through the boundary here, Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were so honest that Origin Court War God couldn't find anything fishy about it. Origin Court War God nodded and said, okay, I will take you to kill. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. It was like a pie had fallen from the sky. However, he quickly calmed down. The Origin Court War God in front of him wasn't the Kunlun Origin Court War God. Who knew if he could keep his word? Origin Court War God disappeared into thin air, stunning Zhou Xuanji. The Lesser Supreme Sword slightly trembled as Little Sovereign transmitted his voice, be careful, this guy is very strong. It will be easy for him to kill you. Zhou Xuanji understood this. But facing Origin Court War God, he couldn't escape. After a while, Origin Court War God returned. With a wave of his right hand, countless creatures appeared out of thin air. All of them froze, unable to move. Each and every one of them looked horrified. Zhou Xuanji scanned them with his divine will. There were at least 1 million of them. He was shocked. Where did this guy catch so many creatures? Origin Court War God looked at him and signaled him to take action with his eyes. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He had no choice. First, he used the extreme nightmare abyss, making millions of creatures fall into a sweet dream. Next, he used the ultimate chaos Tao, turning them into ashes. A majestic inverse chaos chi poured into his body, making his blood boil. Origin Court War God smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji didn't lie to him. He could clearly feel that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was improving. As long as I can escape, Origin Court War God's eyes turned fiery. He pinned his hopes on Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 770. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the inverse chaos chi in his body and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Origin Court War God and said, thank you. Origin Court War God waved his hand and said, you and I each take what we need. If possible, we might be able to rely on each other in the future. I have done so many things for the Kunlun Origin Court, but Supreme still hate me. Those divine ranges even insult me behind my back, causing my luck to be unable to grow. It is really hateful. Speaking of this matter, he gritted his teeth. Seeing how angry he was, Zhou Xuanji could only pretend to feel pity. Okay, from now on, you and I will cooperate. When we reach the Kunlun Origin Court, I will take you to see Beast Sovereign. Of course, you can go anywhere you want. Zhou Xuanji said seriously to show his sincerity. Origin Court War God nodded and said, "Let's go. I will take you to a very annoying divine range. You have to use your exterminating divine eyes to block time and space. Otherwise, supremacy will notice." When Zhou Xuanji heard this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "The sovereign won't notice the divine ability of the exterminating divine eyes?" In his opinion, a supremacy was omnipotent. The reason why the Kunlun Origin Court was in chaos was because of the mysterious disappearance of the Supremes. Origin Court War God smiled evilly and said, "He doesn't have the time to pay attention to the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Otherwise, he wouldn't need me." After that, he flew past Zhou Xuanji toward Anti-Kunlun. Zhou Xuanji immediately put away the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and quickly followed Origin Court War God. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji pretended to be relaxed, but he was very alert in his heart. Little Sovereign was also communicating with him via sound transmission, telling him what he needed to pay attention to. 30 minutes later, they arrived in front of a divine range. This divine range was located in a rather remote area with no living beings coming and going. Origin Court War God condensed 3 black spears of light behind him. His eyes narrowed, and one of the black spears of light shot out, directly breaking the array of the divine pulsed silently. He waved his right hand and brought Zhou Xuanji inside. The hole in the spell formation recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to its original appearance. After entering the divine pulse, Origin Court War God said in a deep voice, "Use your previous magical power." Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately used the suppressing the universe, freezing the space within the entire divine range. Origin Court War God raised his right arm, and the 3 black spears behind him spun violently. The violent black light raged in all directions. Who dares to invade the great hidden divine range? With a loud roar, Origin Court War God disappeared from where he stood. Zhou Xuanji did not attack but waited patiently on the spot. He believed in the strength of Origin Court War God and that he could do what he said. After a long while, Origin Court War God appeared in front of him and said with an evil smile, "Okay, you can start harvesting now. I have suppressed the cultivation of those stronger than you. They are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately took out thousands of swords, ordering them to kill on their own. Now, including the divine swords he had duplicated with the golden treasure basket, he had more than 5,000 divine swords in total. With a thought, he used the extreme nightmare abyss to cover the entire great hidden god range, causing everyone to fall into a beautiful dream. Then, he repeated the same trick. Zhou Xuanji did not want to see what happened next, and he allowed the legendary swords to do as they pleased. He asked in his heart, "Little Sovereign, are we really doing the right thing?" He had been trying hard to convince himself that Anti-Kunlun did not exist. Otherwise, how could the composition of the 2 Kunlun origin courts be the same? There are not so many whys. Only when you are strong enough can you achieve everything you want, whether it is justice or fairness, Little Sovereign said in an indifferent tone. Little Sovereign said in an indifferent tone, but he was somewhat gratified in his heart. This kid has a benevolent and righteous heart. Killing enemies becomes a habit. It is easy to lose compassion for life. But after becoming the sovereign, he would have compassion for the common people. In the empty and invincible years, his compassion would be rekindled, and he would reflect on his own mistakes. This was something that every supreme martial artist would encounter. Being invincible was lonely. And loneliness would make one's imagination run wild. Even I can't figure out the existence of Anti-Kunlun. If you want to understand all this, then you have to become the sovereign. Become the sovereign that surpasses me, the sovereign that surpasses the past and the present, understand? Little Sovereign advised. After getting along with Zhou Xuanji for so long, he liked Zhou Xuanji more and more. To be precise, he liked this kid's temperament. He was decisive but not cruel. He was bold but not reckless. He was adaptable. When this kid became the sovereign, he might reach a height that he had never reached. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence as he fell into deep thought. Even the sovereign didn't understand why Anti-Kunlun existed. Then, how was Anti-Kunlun born? Was it created by some existence or was it guided by some powerful rules? No matter what, this power might very well be above that of a supreme being. Origin Court War God looked at Zhou Xuanji with interest. He didn't say a word. After this divine range was slaughtered, the berserk inverse chaos chi poured into his body, setting off a strong wind around him. The wind quickly grew and turned into a hurricane. Inverse chaos chi, what a pity. Origin Court War God clicked his tongue in amazement. Origin Court War God clicked his tongue in wonder. He really wanted this power, but he belonged to Anti-Kunlun, so it was impossible for him to comprehend the inverse chaos energy. This was limited by the rules, unless he surpassed them. Perhaps, only the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun could surpass these rules. Zhou Xuanji began suppressing the inverse chaos chi. Great! If this goes on, you will soon be able to cultivate the inverse chaos divine ability. Little Sovereign said excitedly. He had to admit that it was really cool to have a powerful expert leading the way. All he needed to do was to reap the harvest. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. His mind was completely focused on the inverse chaos divine ability. Time flew by. It took him a full 7 days to suppress all the inverse chaos chi in his body. Origin Court War God said with a smile, let's continue. He was looking forward to seeing what the inverse chaos divine ability looked like. Plus, he wanted to leave Anti-Kunlun. So he did his best and had a good temper. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two quickly left. After a month, Zhou Xuanji and Origin Court War God flew out of a divine range and quickly flew toward the void boundary. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was trembling all over, leaving behind countless afterimages. His aura was extremely unstable. He was receiving the inheritance of the inverse chaos divine ability. Origin Court War God lifted him up with his Tao energy and flew toward the void boundary. Along the way, Origin Court War God was observing Zhou Xuanji. Little Sovereign wasn't idle either. He kept transmitting his Tao to help Zhou Xuanji calm down. Zhou Xuanji was in an extremely mysterious state. He felt that two similar but completely different memories were attacking his mind. He saw everything in Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun. All the same but opposite things appeared at the same time, shaking his soul. Little Sovereign's Tao voice continued to echo in his ears, preventing him from getting lost. Gradually, he understood the true essence of the inverse chaos divine ability. Reverse everything, primordial chaos. Reverse the beginning and end, create and transform, turn the universe into the sovereign. Chapter 771. Zhou Xuanji's mind was confused by the inheritance of the inverse chaos divine ability. Gradually, he lost his perception of his surroundings. He seemed to have experienced a long time. Two planes with the same essence but completely different development made him lost. Even the Tao voice of Little Sovereign couldn't pull him back. After an unknown period of time. Perhaps it would be a day, perhaps it would be a year, perhaps it would be 1,000 autumns. Zhou Xuanji felt like he was dreaming. He suddenly woke up from his dream. He grabbed his forehead with his right hand and gasped for breath. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. You're awake? Have you learned it? Origin Court War God's voice floated over from the side, his tone full of ridicule. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion, feeling as if his head was going to explode. This kind of hardship made him wish he was dead. He quickly took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and stabbed it into his abdomen to heal himself. Origin Court War God looked at him with interest and stopped talking. Zhou Xuanji looked around and found that he was sitting on a barren wasteland. Above his head was a resplendent starry sky, and looking into the distance, he could see floating islands. Where is this place? He was puzzled, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. The Tao energy and inverse chaos qi in his body had already disappeared. It was as if he was crippled. Inverse chaos divine ability, Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled. When the dizziness and pain in his head subsided, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. It was the inverse chaos divine ability. This feeling was very mysterious and he couldn't explain it clearly, but he could feel the existence of the inverse chaos divine ability. Any existence could be reversed by the inverse chaos divine art. At the same time, his body began to absorb Tao power involuntarily. Your aura has changed. It has become the same as ours. He rubbed his chin in thought. Even though his cultivation was high, he couldn't see the changes in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji recovered some of his strength and replied in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I have already learned the divine ability to go back. However, I need more inverse chaos qi to strengthen and familiarize myself with this divine ability." Origin Court War God nodded. Zhou Xuanji had mentioned these requirements before. Just you wait. Origin Court War God dropped these words and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and continued to comprehend the inverse chaos divine ability. "Brat, you're amazing. You succeeded so quickly." Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration. When he inherited the inverse chaos spirit technique, he had suffered for a long time, hovering between life and death. Zhou Xuanji asked, "When we reach the peak of Anti-Kunlun, how do we escape with the inverse chaos divine ability?" "Don't worry. You're not strong enough yet. Don't think about this for now." Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough speed was already exaggerated enough, but this kid was still anxious. Sometimes, Little Sovereign wanted to strangle him to death. He really didn't know how lucky he was. However, he understood Zhou Xuanji's mentality. He was worried about his family. He still had the mentality of a mortal. Zhou Xuanji could only stop asking questions and focus on cultivating. Time ticked by. His mind became clearer, and his understanding of the inverse chaos divine art also became clearer. 3 hours later, Origin Court War God returned. There was a frightening scar on his chest, and it was filled with all kinds of black crystals. It was especially terrifying. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji and waved his right hand. A ball of light appeared out of nowhere, and it was a divine range. He actually captured a divine range in his palm. What kind of domineering power was this? Zhou Xuanji said, "Give me some time." He needed to restore his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to kill a divine range creature standing still. Origin Court War God nodded and then threw the ball of light on the ground. He then walked to the side and began to heal himself. The atmosphere became silent. After a month, Zhou Xuanji recovered to his peak state and slaughtered all the divine ranges in the ball of light. The amount of inverse chaos qi he absorbed was far more than before. No wonder Origin Court War God was injured. It seemed that this divine range wasn't simple. However, Zhou Xuanji was very curious. This was already the third divine range. Why hadn't the sovereign heard about it yet? Could it be that the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun had also mysteriously disappeared, just like the Kunlun Origin Court? He raised this doubt. How is that possible? That guy is alive and well. It's impossible for him to have disappeared. It's just that he's too lazy. He pushes everything to his subordinates. Most of the time, he is in closed-door cultivation. He would only come out once in a while. Now is the time for his closed-door cultivation. He won't open his eyes for at least 10,000 years, Origin Court War God said, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji was immediately interested in the sovereign. What kind of sovereign would be so ambitious and obsessed with cultivation? Isn't the cultivation of the sovereign the strongest? Okay, let's continue. Origin Court War God got up and said. Origin Court War God got up and said. He couldn't wait to leave Anti-Kunlun. Once the sovereign came out, he would definitely die. So he was even more anxious than Zhou Xuanji. Okay. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The two quickly left and continued to hunt in Anti-Kunlun. Kunlun Origin Court, Evil Sky Divine Range, Pure Sword Heaven, at the edge of the forest, beside a small river, Zhou Tanhua was cultivating while facing the river. He still maintained the appearance of a teenager. The surface of the lake surged as a figure rose up. It was Zhou Fa. Aren't you annoying? I already said that I don't want to mess around with you. Zhou Tanhua didn't open his eyes. Instead, he frowned and reprimanded. In recent years, Zhou Fa always came to harass him, which made him very annoyed. Zhou Fa said with an evil smile, "Your father's fate is no longer with him. He is very likely to be in danger. You don't have a father who has become a sovereign. How can you grow? Follow me, I will help you become a sovereign. In the future I see, you will rise in the dark period and sweep the sovereign list. However, there is a genius stronger than you. When you are in high spirits and glorious, he will step on you to ascend." Zhou Tanhua was indifferent. He was still very impatient. He was tired of hearing these words. Every time, it was the same words. Are you tired? Let's make a bet. Within 100 years, the Evil Sky Divine Range will perish. If the Evil Sky Divine Range perishes, you will follow me. If it doesn't perish, I will be your slave in the future, Zhou Fa said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Fa said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Tanhua opened his eyes when he heard this. Zhou Tanhua was born in the Evil Sky Divine Range. He still had a lot of feelings for the Evil Sky Divine Range. It could be said that in Pure Sword Heaven, he valued the Evil Sky Divine Range the most. After all, Beast Sovereign would occasionally come to visit him. What do you mean? What information did you get? Zhou Tanhua asked with a frown. He suddenly lost his composure. Zhou Fa shook his head and said, "The destiny of the Evil Sky Divine Range is exhausted. It will perish. Just wait and see. If you figure it out, contact me. You should still keep the dagger I gave you." After saying this, Zhou Fa turned into a pool of water and merged into the river. Zhou Tanhua got up and paced back and forth. His heart was heavy and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He immediately turned around and went to look for his mother. At this moment, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui were chatting in the small pavilion under the tree. They were naturally talking about the turmoil in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Even Ing Zhuge was sent to participate in the war. Although the Evil Sky Divine Range was harmonious, countless creatures died outside every day. Chapter 772. Zhou Tanhua appeared beside Xian Xianghua out of thin air and said anxiously, "Mother, is our divine range in danger?" Normally, he would focus on cultivation and ignore the affairs of the world. However, when he heard that the Evil Sky Divine Range was about to perish, he could no longer maintain his usual calmness. Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, "Who said that? Is it that Zhou Fa?" They also knew that Zhou Fa often looked for Zhou Tanhua. They had even told Beast Sovereign about it. However, Zhou Fa was so powerful that they couldn't catch him. "Just tell me if it's true or not," Zhou Tanhua urged as he stared at his mother. Jiang Shui smiled. "Don't worry. With your father around, the Evil Sky Divine Range won't perish." Xian Xianghua nodded in agreement. But father still hasn't returned. Where is he? Zhou Tanhua asked hesitantly. He admired his father very much, but he also understood that Zhou Xuanji's strength was really not enough in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji didn't belong to the top ranks of the sovereign list. Xian Xianghua glared at him and snorted. Don't worry, your father will come back sooner or later. You will understand how many miracles he created when he was your age. Zhou Tanhua had no choice but to give up. He had started cultivating early, and he was already very vague about the stories he had heard about Zhou Xuanji when he was young. As such, he felt that his two mothers trusted Zhou Xuanji too much. For a moment, he was worried about his gains and losses. His father's whereabouts were unknown, the evil sky divine range was still on the brink of death, and his two mothers didn't care about anything. He was very flustered. What should I do? Zhou Tanhua frowned and left in a daze. Jiang Shui glanced at him and asked worriedly, will he be all right? You should pay more attention to him. If he can't figure it out and gets kidnapped by Zhou Fa, it won't be good. Xian Xianghua felt that it made sense. She immediately got up and left to chase after Zhou Tanhua. Brat, do you want to know more about your father? Xian Xianghua patted the back of his head and asked with a smile. At first glance, others would think that they were brother and sister, not mother and son, because she didn't have her mother's composure. Zhou Tanhua froze for a moment and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Xian Xianghua grabbed his shoulder, and both mother and son disappeared into thin air. Jiang Shui sat in front of the stone table, supporting her chin with her hand. With a smile on her face, she sank into her memories. Every time she saw Zhou Tanhua, she thought of Zhou Xuanji when he was young. She and Zhou Xuanji had depended on each other since they were young, and she would always remember what Zhou Xuanji looked like when he was young. Every time she thought about it, she felt very happy. Their love was not easy to come by, and it was hard to remember. Ente Kunlun. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji in Origin Court War God shuttled through the void boundary at an extremely fast speed. Behind them, there was a large group of beings chasing after them. There were at least 1,000 of them, and the weakest of them was at the 9 vast heavens realm. Origin Court War God had already destroyed 7 divine ranges with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had completely mastered the inverse chaos divine ability. But the anti-Kunlun had also erupted. Thousands of origin fusion divine lords and 9 vast heavens cultivators were chasing after them. Even someone as strong as the Origin Court War God couldn't stop the attack of so many experts. Some of the origin fusion divine lords had surpassed the 5 realms. If this goes on, we'll be caught. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice. He continuously used suppressing the universe, but he was still unable to increase the distance between them and the enemy. Origin Court War God was also very anxious, but his face was very cold. He didn't panic. Seeing that he didn't speak, Zhou Xuanji began to think of a way to escape. Idiot, use the inverse chaos divine ability. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ears. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Can the inverse chaos divine ability resolve this situation? Without hesitation, he immediately used the inverse chaos divine ability. A faint layer of light burst out from his body as the space behind him fluctuated. Thousands of experts only felt that they had hit an invisible barrier. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji in Origin Court War God disappeared before their eyes. They were stunned, but they didn't slow down. Origin Court War God looked back and was stunned to find that all the enemies were flying backward. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose. The inverse chaos divine ability is really powerful. The enemies were still flying forward. The reason was that their senses were temporarily blocked. They thought that Zhou Xuanji and Origin Court War God were in front of them. The distance between the two sides instantly widened. How did you do it? Origin Court War God asked in surprise. It seemed that what this kid said before was true. That divine ability was really strong. Even he couldn't see clearly what was going on. Zhou Xuanji replied, "The inverse chaos divine ability can reverse everything. I didn't expect that it could even reverse the direction." He really didn't expect that the inverse chaos divine ability could be used in this way. Reverse the direction and mix divine sense. Origin Court War God sighed in his heart. Why can't I use this divine ability? The two quickly fled. When those experts came back to their senses, they could no longer find their whereabouts. They came to a planet and began to rest and cultivate. Today's battle had given Zhou Xuanji a deeper understanding of the inverse chaos divine ability. This divine ability must be mastered. It would definitely be a life-saving trump card to kill the enemy in the future. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Origin Court War God, sitting on a rock next to him, stared at Zhou Xuanji thoughtfully. He was interested in the inverse chaos divine ability. He suddenly wanted to plunder this divine ability. However, compared to the divine ability, he wanted to leave Anti-Kunlun more. So he was in a dilemma. He understood that he had to quell this greed. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. That guy is greedy. Be careful, Little Sovereign reminded him. Little Sovereign reminded with a teasing tone. Ever since he came to Anti-Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji had been holding the Lesser Supreme Sword most of the time. It was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes and an extra sense of awe. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He had already guessed this, so he did not panic. Fortunately, Origin Court War God didn't make a move. 9 days passed just like that. On this day, the peace was broken. What do you want? A familiar voice came, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. Beast Sovereign. Origin Court War God opened his eyes, and his expression turned ugly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his subtle expression. Beast Sovereign appeared above their heads, looking down at them with a furious expression. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. This Beast Sovereign didn't look timid at all. He was still very strong and his eyes looked very gloomy. Humph, I didn't expect you to find this place. Origin Court War God snorted coldly and slowly stood up. 3 black spears of light floated behind him, ready for battle. At this point, Zhou Xuanji finally understood. F***CK. Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign were enemies in Anti-Kunlun. Furthermore, they were mortal enemies. Sure enough, it was the opposite relationship. Beast Sovereign raised his palm and slammed it down. Origin Court War God followed suit. Boom! The entire planet exploded in an instant. Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability to reflect the damage and quickly moved away, dodging their battle. Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God fought fiercely in the void. Their figures intertwined, forcing Zhou Xuanji to stay away from them. He didn't dare to come close to the area of 10,000 miles. Chapter 773. Boom! 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 Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God crazily collided like 2 rainbows. All kinds of magical abilities were at their fingertips, and their destructive power was extremely strong. The void boundary shook violently. Zhou Xuanji watched with narrowed eyes and asked softly, "How high are their cultivations?" Little Sovereign replied with a sound transmission, "Peak Origin Fusion Divine Lord." The difference in stages within Origin Fusion Divine Lord was huge. The gap between each stage was almost insurmountable, unless one was like Zhou Xuanji, who had endless trump cards, and each of them was a great serendipity. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. Even someone as strong as Beast Sovereign is only at the peak of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Then, what kind of realm would it be if he took another step forward? Somehow, he felt that the Supremes weren't the strongest. Otherwise, where would the previous Supremes have gone to? Why did the current Supremes still cultivate so hard, and why did the Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court disappear? There were too many riddles that he couldn't understand, but it also made him very interested in the position of a Supreme Being. After ascending to the throne of the strongest in the Kunlun Origin Court, he might be able to see everything clearly. Zhou Xuanji didn't leave. He still wanted to rely on Origin Court War God to fight his way out. How could he leave? Moreover, he had inquired in the Kunlun Origin Court that Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign often fought, and most of the time, Origin Court War God won. However, this was anti-Kunlun. Zhou Xuanji frowned and tried his best not to overthink. The battle lasted for a long time, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite tired. These two were in a love-hate relationship. When would a victor be decided? In the Kunlun Origin Court, Beast Sovereign could give up everything for the Origin Court War God. In the anti-Kunlun, Beast Sovereign could do anything to kill the Origin Court War God. TSK. Just as Zhou Xuanji was watching the show, Beast Sovereign suddenly punched through Origin Court War God's chest, blasting the void behind Origin Court War God. The Origin Court War God was shocked and hurriedly dodged. A burst of black gas emerged from behind Beast Sovereign. Like a black net, it enveloped Origin Court War God. In an instant, the two of them were in a black ball. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Would Origin Court War God be defeated? Little Sovereign reminded them, aren't you going to run? That guy is dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately reacted. He quickly escaped. During the flight, he had a strange expression. He really didn't expect this to happen. He thought that Origin Court War God might die, but he never thought that Origin Court War God would die in the hands of Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of himself. Would he die at the hands of the people closest to him? They were closest to each other in the Kunlun Origin Court, but it was very likely that they would become enemies here. He shook his head and smiled, too lazy to think too much about it. He would try his best to avoid his family in the Kunlun Origin Court. 12 hours had passed since they started their journey. Zhou Xuanji came to the other side of Anti-Kunlun. Just as he found a foothold, Beast Sovereign came to his door and appeared in front of him out of thin air. Kid, where do you think you're going? Beast Sovereign sneered. His eyes were dark and fierce, like a poisonous dragon. Zhou Xuanji panicked in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Do you have enmity with me? He glanced over and saw Beast Sovereign holding Origin Court War God's head in his right hand. Origin Court War God's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Seeing this head, Zhou Xuanji realized how terrifying Beast Sovereign was. After one's cultivation surpassed the Saint Realm, one would generally destroy the enemy's body and soul. Leaving the head behind showed that there was still a certain gap in strength between the two sides. Why are you with Origin Court War God? And, are you from Anti-Kunlun? Beast Sovereign asked, staring at Zhou Xuanji. For the creatures of Anti-Kunlun, Kunlun Origin Court was Anti-Kunlun. Zhou Xuanji replied, he wants to use me to leave this place. You should have already confirmed the last question. Beast Sovereign narrowed his eyes and asked, do you have a way to go back? He had seen many creatures from Kunlun Origin Court die here. None of them could go back. After all, those who could go back were all sovereigns. Yes, if you let me go, I will repay you one day, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was curious in his heart. Why didn't the Beast Sovereign kill him? Could it be that he also wants to leave Anti-Kunlun? Beast Sovereign asked, if you leave this place, how will you repay me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, any verbal promise is meaningless. But forming a good relationship is also a hope for you. I have no reason to harm you. I kill to become stronger. There are so many divine ranges. Your evil sky divine range is a super divine range. Only if my brain is damaged would I go looking for trouble with you. Beast Sovereign fell into deep thought. His eyes were filled with scrutiny, never leaving Zhou Xuanji. After a long while, he said, "Help me do one thing, and I won't chase you." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had no other choice now. Even with the inverse chaos divine ability, he wasn't sure he could defeat Beast Sovereign. Go to the mortal divine range and capture the mortal god sisters. You don't have to worry about danger. I will take the lead, and then you will take them away. Remember, you must bring them to me in one piece, Beast Sovereign said in a deep voice. Beast Sovereign asked in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised when he heard this. Why is he also targeting the mortal gods? Okay. When will we act? Zhou Xuanji agreed. He was thinking that he could take this opportunity to intercept the mortal gods. The corner of Beast Sovereign's mouth rose as he waved his right hand. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the universe shrink. The sky turned dark. Before he could react, Beast Sovereign disappeared, leaving him alone in absolute darkness. You stay here and wait for my order, Beast Sovereign's voice floated in. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow when he heard Beast Sovereign's voice. This guy is really overbearing. Killing intent rose in Zhou Xuanji's heart, but he could only endure it for the time being. Although your physical strength is not as good as his, you have the inverse chaos divine ability. You can escape. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be stunned. How can I escape? The inverse chaos divine ability can reverse everything. If you reverse time and space, he naturally won't be able to find you, Little Sovereign said with a contemptuous smile. Zhou Xuanji wasn't pleasantly surprised after hearing this. Instead, he was thinking about his future plan. Since that was the case, he could use the inverse chaos divine ability after capturing the mortal gods. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth rose into a strange smile. Beast Sovereign didn't speak for a while. Zhou Xuanji wasn't idle either. He was concentrating on cultivation. After 3 years, get ready to act. Beast Sovereign's voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through this dark space. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and immediately got up, ready to fight. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared in front of him. There were 2 women on the screen. One looked cold and elegant. She was wearing a luxurious palace dress. The other looked only 16 or 17 years old. She had a delicate face and was wearing a red dress. She looked terrified. Both women were devastatingly beautiful and had outstanding temperaments. At this moment, they were leaning against each other like princesses in distress. Huh? Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He suddenly discovered that the girl in red looked very similar to the mortal gods he had seen in the Kunlun origin court. But that mortal god had no hair. She looked like a little nun. Chapter 774. Zhou Xuanji became curious about the mortal god sisters on the light screen. Since the girl in red might be the same person as the mortal god of the Kunlun origin court, then who was this woman in the palace dress? At the same time, the 2 mortal gods were in a panic. Sister, what should we do? The red-clothed girl asked nervously. She had been curled up in the arms of the palace-dressed woman, hugging her tightly. The woman in the palace dress was also very nervous. Although they were mortal gods, they hadn't awakened their innate talent and their cultivation wasn't high. In the face of the powerful beast sovereign in front of them, they could only be frightened. The woman comforted him, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." They were in the middle of an array, protected by dozens of Origin Fusion Divine Lords. A great battle was taking place in front of them. The mortal divine range's old ancestors were surrounding Beast Sovereign. In the distance, there were still countless evil sky divine range experts blocking the way. There was no way to escape. If your mortal divine range doesn't cherish the mortal god, then leave it to me. Beast Sovereign laughed wildly, his murderous aura thick and dense. The patriarchs of the mortal divine range almost exploded with rage. Beast Sovereign, you're courting death. Is your evil sky divine range worthy of fighting with our sovereign divine range? When we return, we will definitely bring an army to flatten your evil sky divine range. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. You are too arrogant. This old man will make you regret it. Don't let him escape. All of these ancestors possessed remarkable abilities. Every move they made was extremely powerful and could shake the universe. Zhou Xuanji watched the battle from the dark space. The light screen that Beast Sovereign had turned on for him was always facing the mortal god sisters, so he couldn't see the whole battlefield. He waited patiently for an opportunity. When we get out, we'll kidnap them. Get ready. Beast Sovereign's voice sounded again. And after 3 seconds, the dark space suddenly shattered. Zhou Xuanji was pulled to the mortal god sisters by a violent suction force. The mortal deities were also frightened and subconsciously retreated. Zhou Xuanji moved extremely quickly. He quickly reached out and pulled them into his arms. Then, he cast the inverse chaos divine ability, reversing the space within a radius of 10 feet. The surrounding Origin Fusion Divine Lords were shocked and furious. Just when they were about to attack, Zhou Xuanji and the other two disappeared before their eyes. They were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? They immediately used their divine sense to search, but they were unable to find any traces of Zhou Xuanji and the others. The expression of Beast Sovereign, who was fighting, changed. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because he could not sense Zhou Xuanji's aura either. Where did that kid go? Zhou Xuanji looked at the murky space around him and was pleasantly surprised. Apart from the mortal god sisters next to him, he could no longer feel the aura of any other living beings. What do you want? The woman in the palace dress asked warily. The red-clothed girl in her arms was so scared that she almost cried. Zhou Xuanji looked back at them and said with a smile, I heard that mortal gods can help people cultivate, so I need your help. As soon as he said this, the two women's faces turned pale. They naturally knew about these things. So, ever since they found out that they were mortal gods, they had been in despair. Who would have thought that misfortune would come so quickly? The girl in red gritted her teeth, her eyes red. She raised her right hand and prepared to stab her throat. Don't be in such a hurry. The help I'm talking about isn't those lowly third-rate methods. I want to talk to you about cultivation methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to stand before me unscathed, right? Zhou Xuanji immediately interjected. The two women were stunned after hearing this. He helplessly said, I have 2 wives, a son, and a daughter. I'm not that desperate. The two women's eyes immediately lit up when they heard this. The woman in the palace dress asked with a frown, Who are you? Can you tell us your name? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm not from your Kunlun Origin Court. In fact, the Kunlun Origin Court has 2 planes. The composition of living beings is the same, but the development is completely different. I come from the other plane. I want to become stronger, strong enough to leave this place. Hearing this, the girl in red excitedly asked, Then, can you take us with you? We also want to leave this place. They had also heard of the existence of Anti-Kunlun before. As long as they left with Zhou Xuanji, they could get rid of the shackles of the mortal divine range and their destiny. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, In the other Kunlun Origin Court, the mortal gods have the same destiny as you. However, if you help me become stronger, I will protect you in the future." The two women fell into despair when they heard the first half of Zhou Xuanji's words. But when they heard the second half, they were pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword as Little Sovereign's soul floated out. The two women were so scared that they hugged each other again. Little Sovereign floated in the air, looking at the two women. He then said with a satisfied smile, "They seem to have good aptitudes. Maybe they can really awaken into mortal gods. It's a waste to use them as furnaces. They should be cultivated." His words immediately made the two women feel relieved. The soul's words obviously didn't mean to harm them. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Aren't they mortal gods?" Little Sovereign smiled contemptuously and said, "They just have the bloodline of mortal gods." How can a real mortal god be controlled by others? A real mortal god can be powerful enough to suppress the sovereign divine range. They are invincible under the sovereign. His words made the two women excited. Zhou Xuanji also knew how powerful mortal gods were. But his priority wasn't to cultivate them but to help him become stronger. Little Sovereign saw through his thoughts and chuckled. "Actually, I know a way. Once these two mortal gods awaken their talents and cultivate with you, they can guide the inverse chaos chi into your body, helping your cultivation soar. Not only that, but they can also become stronger," Little Sovereign explained with a smile. The eyes of the two mortal gods couldn't help but light up. They also wanted to become stronger. As long as they became stronger, they could get rid of their destiny. If it was as Little Sovereign said, they were powerful enough to suppress the mortal divine range. "Tell me," Zhou Xuanji urged. He had been in Anti-Kunlun for a long time. He didn't want to wait any longer. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said with a sinister smile, "I can teach you this method. But there are some shortcomings in this method. When you cultivate, the inverse chaos chi will become violent. You must cultivate naked. The magical clothes will block the flow of the inverse chaos chi. Ordinary clothes will also turn into ashes." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. The mortal god sisters blushed and lowered their heads. Little Sovereign raised his brow and said, "One of you wants to become a sovereign and go against fate. The other two have a bad fate. Why don't you get married? Think about it. If you succeed in the future, you will be a sovereign and two mortal gods. You will be able to create an unprecedented golden age. No supreme martial artist could have two mortal gods who had grown to the pinnacle." Just thinking about it made Little Sovereign a little excited. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and angrily said, "Nonsense, I don't want to marry anyone. I won't accept any woman if I have no feelings." These words didn't humiliate the two mortal gods. On the contrary, they looked at him in a different light. Chapter 775. Zhou Xuanji found it a little hard to accept the cultivation method that Little Sovereign had told him. The mortal god sisters remained silent. They also wanted to become stronger, and Zhou Xuanji had a dignified appearance and treated them well. Following someone like this was much better than becoming a cauldron for some old ancestor. What's there to bicker about? This is the only way for your cultivation base to increase quickly. Otherwise, you'll only be able to use them as cultivation materials. Little Sovereign glared at Zhou Xuanji with dissatisfaction. Why was Zhou Xuanji so hesitant at such a critical moment? Weren't you the one who insisted on obtaining the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, "All right, pass the cultivation method to us. When the time comes, I will close my eyes and shut off my divine sense. I will not look at indecent things." Hearing this, the two mortal gods nodded shyly. At the same time, they were full of expectations for the future. Their previous situation was already desperate. Now that they could become stronger, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, they were not stupid. They knew that they had no room to refuse. Let's cultivate here. This place is between Anti-Kunlun and Kunlun Origin Court. Only those who have mastered the inverse chaos divine ability can come here. Zhou Xuanji nodded upon hearing this. He couldn't help but wonder how many people in the world had learned the inverse chaos divine art. No matter what, he still had to be careful when he cultivated in the future. Subsequently, Little Sovereign taught the three of them the cultivation method. This technique was called the red dust reversal. It was created especially for Zhou Xuanji's situation. After Zhou Xuanji learned it, he opened his eyes and asked, "Who created the red dust inverse? Could it be that someone married a mortal god and entered Anti-Kunlun by mistake?" Little Sovereign revealed a sad smile and said, "In the past, I mistakenly entered the Anti-Kunlun mountains and met a mortal god. The world calls her ancestor Jade Disc. After so many years, I don't know if she's still alive." "Female ancestor Jade Disc? Is she your wife?" The red-clothed girl cried out in surprise, and her face was filled with disbelief. The woman in the palace dress sighed and said, "Female ancestor Jade Disc is the representative of the mortal deities." "Who are you?" They were all interested in Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign said arrogantly, "I'm a sovereign. Is Jade Disc female ancestor not worthy of me?" The two girls were shocked and their mouths were agape. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since you became the sovereign, why didn't you bring her along?" Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "Even if you are a sovereign, you can't enter the Anti-Kunlun at will. The Anti-Kunlun also has a sovereign." His tone was a little sorrowful. The world had changed, and the beauty of the past was probably gone. The red-robed girl said cautiously, "Matriarch Ud seems to have." The woman glared at her, scaring her into silence. "I know that she might have already fallen. After so many years, I won't be sad. If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame herself for not leaving with me back then," Little Sovereign said faintly. These past events were in the depths of his memory and he had thought about them countless times. Now that things had come to this point, he was at most depressed. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt, but he sighed in his heart. With such a comparison, he was filled with pride. He had always tried his best to protect the people he cared about and never let himself have any regrets. "Alright, let's start cultivating." Then, he stored the Lesser Supreme Sword into the Supreme Storage. He also told Little Sovereign not to look at him. The two girls immediately blushed upon hearing this. They shyly sat cross-legged on both sides of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji then said, "Close your eyes, take off your clothes, and start cultivating. Remember, don't open your eyes. I respect you, so you have to respect me too." The red-robed girl was infuriated. He said it as if they wanted to see him. However, she didn't dare to talk back since she was living under someone else's roof. Next, Zhou Xuanji took the lead in closing his eyes and began taking off his purple sky stardust robe. The two girls quickly closed their eyes and followed suit. After Zhou Xuanji took off his clothes, he waited for a few breaths before saying, "Let's cultivate together." The two girls were mortal gods. Their talent was naturally not bad. They quickly followed Zhou Xuanji and entered a state of cultivation. Even in this independent space, there was still the existence of Tao energy. At first, Zhou Xuanji didn't notice the existence of inverse chaos qi. But as the two girls entered a state of cultivation, he was pleasantly surprised to find inverse chaos qi around him. Even his Tao energy was skyrocketing. Tao energy and inverse chaos qi drilled into the two girls' bodies, overflowed through their pores, and poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. Faintly, Zhou Xuanji also felt another special gas. Mortal qi. his cultivation began to grow faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed and began to concentrate on cultivation. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had skyrocketed. He began to break through from the peak of Tao Ancestor to one vast heaven. The cultivation of the two mortal gods had also made great progress. They had already reached the Tao Ancestor realm. The elder sister was a 7th-grade flower, and the younger sister was a 2nd-grade flower. In these 5 years, Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes. But the red-robed girl occasionally couldn't help but open her eyes. She didn't dare to look at Zhou Xuanji. 9 vast heavens. 9 vast heavens for the soul. The greatly divine suppressor technique had a way to break through to the 9 vast heavens. Previously, his realm wasn't high enough. But now that the time and cultivation were ripe, he could directly comprehend the way to break through when he operated this technique. This was a great divine ability. The same words had different effects for different cultivations. Between the anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun origin court, there was no need to undergo tribulation to break through. As his aura skyrocketed, the two mortal gods subconsciously opened their eyes and looked at him. Their faces instantly turned red, even their necks and ears. They quickly closed their eyes and began to communicate through voice transmission. Sister, he is so powerful. He broke through a major realm so quickly. Will the person favored by the sovereign be bad? Are we really going to follow him in the future? If we only support each other, can we survive? I don't want to. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. When I become stronger, I will protect you too. And I feel that he is really a gentleman. He has never opened his eyes or humiliated us verbally. Let's wait and see. You can't be too narrow-minded when looking at a person. You have to look at him from many aspects. Zhou Xuanji didn't know the conversation between the two women. He was focused on breaking through. In the depths of his soul, a golden ocean appeared. It was bright and mysterious. In the golden ocean, there were countless swords of light floating in the air. They were all in the shape of his legendary swords. The vast heavens were condensed, and Tao energy manifested. Zhou Xuanji's Tao energy began to transform into a brand new force. Primordial energy, or primordial energy for short, was an existence higher than Tao energy. It could absorb Tao energy and spiritual qi to transform. He fell into a wonderful feeling. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he could see everything around him clearly. Of course, his eyes didn't stop on the two women. Instead, he was looking at Anti-Kunlun and Kunlun origin court. He could see the miniature of the two planes, but he couldn't see them clearly. He began to clearly feel the existence of the two worlds. This perspective was like a god peeping into the mortal world. Chapter 776. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the first vast sky realm. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner, you have obtained Myriad Life Fusion, Heavenly Fate Moon, Invincible Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, interrupting his shock. While he was shocked by the magnificence of the two worlds, the sword spirit's voice was like a bell, waking him up from a dream. Another Omni-Fusion Divine Sword. And what was the Invincible Pill? Information about the fate of the moon appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Glorious Destiny Moon Level, Myriad Fusion Description, contains the divine power of the legendary moon god ancestor. It can command fate and praise the heavens with its sword. To use this sword, one needs to be at least at the second vast heavens realm. The threshold was only the second vast heavens? The reversal divine sword was also a myriad life divine sword, but it required the cultivation of origin fusion divine lord level 3. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. It seemed that there was a certain gap between the Great Destiny Moon and the reverse legendary sword. He started to wonder what the invincible pill was again. A line of words appeared before his eyes. Invincible pill. After taking it, one could maintain an invincible state for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The invincible state meant that one could not be defeated. It did not include invincible strength. Invincible state? Zhou Xuanji blinked. This is an overlord physique? With this pill, he would have a higher chance of success when he reached the peak of Anti-Kunlun. With that thought, he began to adjust the primordial power in his body to consolidate his cultivation. Another half a year passed. He decided to stop for a while, so he said, "Let's get dressed. Let's take a break." He took out the purple sky stardust robe and put it on. The sound of clothes being put on came from the side. 3 breaths later, the voice of the woman in the palace dress sounded. "Done." Her voice was very soft, not as cold as before. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After painstakingly cultivating for 5 years, he had reached the one vast heavens realm, which made him feel refreshed. He had become stronger again. Once upon a time, he still had to look up to the one vast heavens. "Congratulations on your breakthrough," the woman said with a charming smile on her face. The red-clothed girl was also very excited, but her pretty face was still flushed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "That's right, I still don't know your names." "My name is Shen Tang," the woman replied. "My name is Shen Nianxing." The girl in red giggled. These 2 names were quite pleasant to the ear. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "In the future, we will depend on each other. I will not mistreat you, nor will I restrict your wills." It had to be said that with 2 mortal gods by his side, it was equivalent to having 2 more cultivation plugins. Of course, the red dust in verse played a key role. "When are you leaving the Kunlun Origin Court?" Shen Tang asked curiously. Now that she had let down her guard, she behaved naturally and gracefully. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "When I'm powerful enough to reach where the sovereign is, I can leave this place." Supremacy. The 2 women's eyes were filled with splendor. They had no doubts because Zhou Xuanji's sword had a sovereign soul. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. "Yo, looks like you guys are having a good time." Little Sovereign winked and said with a smile. When he saw the 2 girls blushing and smiling, his thoughts went astray. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "Be more respectful. I have a wife and children. I won't mess around. Now that I have broken through to one vast heavens, are you still going to cultivate like this?" Little Sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji, Shen Tang, and Shen Nianxing before nodding. "Let's continue. Their cultivation speed will get faster and faster until they truly awaken. It will be faster than massacring you." "Why not? It will be safer this way," Little Sovereign said with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. He felt more and more that Zhou Xuanji was likely to become the sovereign. Once he became the sovereign, he would be a super sovereign that would shake the world. Some sovereigns could make the Kunlun Origin Court peaceful and stable. Some sovereigns could bring turmoil to the Kunlun Origin Court. And some sovereigns could have great fortune, creating a new world and creating rules that blessed the world. Even sovereigns were divided into high and low levels. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then asked, "At this speed, when can I leave? Don't tell me I will become as powerful as the sovereign. Otherwise, I will have to wait forever." He wanted to go back as soon as possible. After all, the Kunlun Origin Court was in a dark period. Before he left, the evil Sky Divine Range was still in danger. Even if the Super Divine Ranges had a deep foundation, they wouldn't be able to afford it for a long time. "Don't worry. As I said before, if you can break out of Anti-Kunlun, you will have the hope to become the sovereign. If you break out and have the cultivation of the sovereign, what hope is there? Little Sovereign said, waving his hand. His expression was meaningful. Zhou Xuanji asked, then, can you let me know? Ever since he could see the miniature of the Kunlun origin court, his longing for it had begun to overflow. You will know when the time comes. It won't be too long. Within 100 years, Little Sovereign said impatiently. Little Sovereign said impatiently. This kid cared too much about relationships. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing glanced at each other before the two sisters began to chat via voice transmission. Naturally, they were talking about Zhou Xuanji. They could also hear that Zhou Xuanji really cared about his family. A man who valued affection could easily attract the attention of women. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji's appearance and talent were top-notch. Next, Zhou Xuanji put away the lesser supreme sword and continued to cultivate with Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing. As always, look no further. Evil Sky Divine Range, Pure Sword Heaven, Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua were sitting in the stone pavilion, chatting while cultivating. Recently, the Evil Sky Divine Range has become more and more chaotic. It is said that it will be annexed by the Mortal Divine Range. I don't know if it's true, Jiang Shui sighed. Her eyes were filled with worry. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said, I hope not. After all, Zhou Xuanji has offended the Mortal Divine Range. She became angry at the mention of this matter. Back then, Beast Sovereign asked Zhou Xuanji to deal with the Mortal Divine Range. Wasn't that digging a pit? Jiang Shui became even more worried after hearing this. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji still hadn't returned. No matter how much confidence she had in Zhou Xuanji, it would be obliterated. Zhou Xiaoxian suddenly appeared beside her. She crossed her arms over her chest and snorted, Aunt Xian, can you control Tanhua? That kid is getting more and more arrogant. I asked him to spar with me, but he ignored me. When he was forced into a corner, he used the exterminating divine light. She was very angry. She couldn't move after being hit by the exterminating divine light. She was directly defeated. How can I fight like this? Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at her and angrily said, why do you always like to mess with your brother? Are you jealous that his talent is better than yours? Zhou Xiaoxian was immediately annoyed when she heard this. She snorted and said, why would I be jealous of him? I just want to find someone to spar with. Recently, the Evil Sky Divine Range has been sealed. I can't even take a step out of Pure Sword Heaven. Although her Kong Tong divine eyes had been awakened, she hadn't developed her original divine ability yet. Now, she felt that she couldn't beat Zhou Tanhua. So, she decided to compete with him. Unfortunately, that kid was too calm. No matter how she teased him, he was unwilling to compete with her seriously. Just as they were chatting, Daoya Old Man flew over and said anxiously, this is bad. Chapter 777. Seeing Daoya Old Man's panicked look, Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes and said, what? What did you foresee? This guy always foretold a bad fate and came to disturb them every time. In the beginning, they were still surprised and flustered. But in the end, the danger that this guy foretold didn't appear. But he had the cheek to say that it wasn't because the time hadn't come yet. I foretold that the Evil Sky Divine Range would turn into ashes. The one who did it was a mysterious woman. Daoya Old Man said in a trembling voice as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. However, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Xiaoxian all rolled their eyes and ignored him. Seeing that they didn't care, Daoya Old Man became anxious and said, I have never foretold so clearly. This time it's definitely true. That woman is too strong. Beast Sovereign was directly beheaded by her. The three women couldn't help but look at each other when they saw that he was so serious. Zhou Xiaoxian said angrily, "Can you show the woman's face?" Daoya old man nodded. He flipped his right hand as a mirror of light emerged from his palm. The beautiful face of a woman appeared in the mirror. Surprisingly, it was mortal god Shen Tang. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. Her smile was very domineering. Her eyes were full of disdain. Coupled with her coquettish clothes, she had the temperament of an invincible monarch god. The three women frowned and looked at each other. Just by looking at this woman, they felt that she was very strong. Could it be that Daoya old man didn't slack this time and really foretold it? See? Don't you think it's scary at first glance? Daoya old man swallowed and said nervously. He didn't dare to look at the woman's face. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Xian Xianghua remembered this woman's appearance. If they really met her in the future, they had to avoid her. In the inverse chaos space, Zhou Xuanji, Shen Tang, and Shen Nianqing were still cultivating. No one had disturbed them. The two mortal gods provided him with a steady stream of inverse chaos qi and Tao energy, allowing his cultivation to grow. His current cultivation speed didn't slow down, nor did it slow down. On the contrary, it was increasing. But after so many years, he had already gotten used to it. His cultivation had already reached the three vast heavens realm. A few years ago, he had stepped into the one vast heavens realm, which showed how heaven-defying a mortal god was. It was already a great fortune to have one mortal god, and Zhou Xuanji had two. Since ancient times, the number of people who had this kind of opportunity could be counted on one's fingers, and they were all forgotten by history. Zhou Xuanji did not stop but continued to cultivate. Shen Nianqing couldn't help but open her eyes again. She turned her gaze in another direction, her heart beating faster. She quietly glanced at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. The cultivation state of the three was a little awkward. The two women were on Zhou Xuanji's left and right. They weren't far from each other. They could feel each other's temperature. Coupled with the fusion of inverse chaos qi, even if Zhou Xuanji's heart was as calm as water, the two women's hearts, which were like a pool of water, were already rippling. Don't look at indecent things, understand? Zhou Xuanji said, scaring Shen Nianqing so much that she quickly closed her eyes. Her face turned red. She muttered, "How do you know? Don't tell me you're using your spiritual will." As soon as these words came out, Shen Tang's pretty face quickly blushed, especially her ears, which were as red jade. "I'm not that despicable. I can feel other people's gazes," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If it was him 1,000 years ago, he might not be able to bear the restlessness in his heart. But after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, his heart was already as calm as still water. Shen Nianqing still wanted to ask, but Shen Tang interrupted her, "Cultivate well, don't make trouble." Shen Nianqing relied on Shen Tang the most. She immediately didn't dare to say anything. After all, this matter was really embarrassing for a woman. Zhou Xuanji didn't speak anymore and focused on cultivating. Another 20 years passed. His cultivation had reached the five vast heavens realm. Shen Nianqing really couldn't bear it anymore. She asked for a rest. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Get dressed and open your eyes." He also wanted to talk to little sovereign. After a while, the three got dressed. Shen Nianqing stood up and stretched her body. A happy smile appeared on her face. Ever since she followed Zhou Xuanji, she was no longer afraid. All she needed to do was to cultivate well every day. This feeling brought her back to the experience of being the young miss of the divine range. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, took out the lesser supreme sword, and summoned little sovereign. Shen Tang sat next to him, silently looking at him. But her eyes were a little blurry. Which woman didn't yearn for love? Zhou Xuanji's temperament and character had made her fall in love with him. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji didn't pay attention to them at all. Little Sovereign appeared. He said impatiently, "How long have I slept? You summoned me again. I'm with two stunning women, and I'm naked. Aren't you happy? Or are you saying that your hobby is me?" Zhou Xuanji's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't help but say, "Don't talk nonsense. Is it time for me to leave Anti-Kunlun?" Little Sovereign couldn't help but look at him, sizing him up. 5 vast heavens. Not bad, you barely reached this threshold, Little Sovereign said hesitantly. Little Sovereign said hesitantly. His eyes turned and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can I leave now?" Little Sovereign hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay. Get ready to go, fly to the peak of Anti-Kunlun." Zhou Xuanji was immediately overjoyed. He immediately got up. Shen Tang also got up. Little Sovereign looked at the two mortal gods and said with a smile, "Are you ready to follow him? Once you leave, you can't come back unless you die." Shen Tang nodded and said, "We have no other choice." Her gaze couldn't help but fall on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji noticed the look in her eyes. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is this woman attracted by my elegance? Next, he left the inverse chaos space with the two mortal gods. After arriving at the Kunlun universe, Zhou Xuanji took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and boarded it with the two girls. The two girls were stunned by the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. After entering the carriage, they felt like they had entered a loft. The interior was gorgeous and antique. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew upward at an extremely fast speed. Little Sovereign, hovering above the Lesser Supreme Sword, said with a smile, "Don't be surprised when we reach the peak." Surprised? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Shen Tang and Shen Nianxing, sitting next to him, didn't say a word. They curiously watched the two chatting. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign continued chatting. They were talking about the sovereigns. About 2 hours later, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage still hadn't reached the peak. At this time, a murderous aura locked onto the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He immediately appeared on the footboard outside the carriage with a sword in his hand. This sword was like a silver moon. It was 4 fingers wide and nearly 2 meters long. It was shining with a sparkling brilliance. Great Destiny Moon. Zhou Xuanji stared ahead and saw Beast Sovereign looking at him with a murderous aura. "Brat, you finally showed up. You dare to lie to me. You will die today." Beast Sovereign said in a cold voice as he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. If the two mortal gods weren't in the carriage, he would have already attacked. Chapter 778. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the slightest in the face of Beast Sovereign. He was no longer the same as before. His cultivation had reached the 5 vast heavens realm and he had the universal life fusion divine sword in his hand. He wanted to test his strength. He mobilized the divine energy in the great destiny moon and slashed at Beast Sovereign. Sword chi came from all directions, trying to drown Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's expression changed slightly. He immediately punched, scattering the sword chi. Before he could make his next move, Zhou Xuanji had already arrived in front of him. The great destiny moon slashed horizontally, aiming at Beast Sovereign's neck. So fast. Beast Sovereign was shocked. How long has it been? This kid has already transformed to such a level. Wait. 5 vast heavens. How is this possible? Beast Sovereign was shocked while dodging. Monstrous waves were set off in his heart. What the hell has this kid experienced? Could it be that he and the two mortal gods have already? Beast Sovereign flew into a rage. He felt insulted. With a loud roar, his aura erupted, shaking the universe. Zhou Xuanji cast the sword fusion technique. Thousands of divine swords merged into his body as a layer of dazzling silver light burst out of his body. It was extremely magical. He raised the great destiny moon and cast the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows appeared out of thin air, occupying this space and sealing them off. The tips of the swords pointed straight at Beast Sovereign. The blades vibrated with great momentum. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing in the carriage were very excited. They didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to be so strong that he dared to challenge Beast Sovereign head-on. One should know that he was only at the 5 vast heavens realm. In the super divine range, the cultivation of the 5 vast heavens realm was nothing. Zhou Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadow was no longer what it used to be. Every sword was very strong. They moved together like the shrinking universe, crushing everything. Beast Sovereign raised his arms and cast a black light shield to resist the violent attack of the primordial chaos sword shadow. He gritted his teeth as his arms trembled slightly. Zhou Xuanji's divine swords had many powerful existences. After merging with his body, his strength had surpassed the 9 vast heavens realm and was comparable to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji could also judge the rank of his strength. Beast Sovereign seemed to be seriously injured. He was far from being as strong as he was when he fought with the mortal divine range. However, he wasn't an ordinary Origin Fusion Divine Lord. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he squeezed out the Soul Source Orb from his glabella. He immediately used the Suppressing the Universe, causing Beast Sovereign's speed to instantly slow down. Beast Sovereign didn't panic. Black lightning overflowed from his eyes and rapidly expanded, covering the entire space like countless black dragons. Zhou Xuanji used the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha as a 1,000,000 feet tall golden Buddha appeared. Thousands of arms stretched out, each holding a sword as they madly hacked at Beast Sovereign. Boom! 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 The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage activated its defensive array to resist these attacks. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji continued to cast all kinds of Sword Dao divine abilities, completely suppressing Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign was furious. He couldn't even beat this junior. He was very aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. The disappearance of the 2 mortal gods had caused the mortal divine range to go berserk, almost destroying the evil sky divine range. He was also seriously injured. No, we can't go on like this. Beast Sovereign gritted his teeth. His robe suddenly swelled, and a burst of grey mist suddenly burst out, sweeping across the entire universe. Zhou Xuanji used all kinds of divine abilities at his fingertips, wave after wave. He didn't give Beast Sovereign a chance to catch his breath. At this moment, he seemed to be above Beast Sovereign. He was standing on the head of the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, looking down at Beast Sovereign. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing in the carriage were dazzled. Such a Zhou Xuanji was the most attractive to women. What's more, Zhou Xuanji had saved them from a desperate situation. Sister, he is so powerful. He might really become a sovereign in the future, Shen Nianqing said with a look of admiration. Shen Nianqing said with a look of worship and a calm expression. Shen Tang nodded and said with a smile, definitely. He has a certain temperament that makes people feel that he will reach the top sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianqing looked at her in surprise and asked, Sister, don't tell me you have fallen in love with him? Hearing this, Shen Tang blushed and glared at her. Shen Nianqing rolled her eyes. She finally understood what was going on. Recalling what Little Sovereign had said before, she blushed. 2 sisters serving the same husband. Outside, Zhou Xuanji and Beast Sovereign were still fighting fiercely. Beast Sovereign fell into a more and more decline. He was shocked to find that Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his power. World internalization. He didn't understand. This was the first time his cultivation was being absorbed by a junior whose cultivation was far weaker than his. This feeling made him feel like he was about to collapse. You will lose. Why don't you leave now? Zhou Xuanji said condescendingly. He deliberately provoked Beast Sovereign. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, their battle was huge. If they continued to fight, it would definitely attract many powerful cultivators. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Beast Sovereign's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and fled. Zhou Xuanji pretended to chase after him. This shocked Beast Sovereign so much that he quickly tore the space open and fled. The thousand-hand sword Buddha shattered, turning into golden light that filled the sky. Zhou Xuanji teleported into the carriage of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage followed him and flew up at an extremely fast speed. After Beast Sovereign was defeated, no one came to stop them. After another hour, they came to a cosmic space filled with purple qi. There was no trace of the divine range here. Zhou Xuanji scanned the surroundings with his divine will. He was very curious. He didn't expect that there would be such a space above the divine range. The Tao energy here was extremely abundant. There was also a lot of spiritual qi surging. It was very high level. It was even more powerful than the spiritual qi in pure sword heaven. We will soon reach the apex of Anti-Kunlun. Get ready, little sovereign said with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. When he went to the apex of Anti-Kunlun, he was also uneasy. But now, he was only curious. Zhou Xuanji was very puzzled by his expression. Isn't this guy worried? If he is killed by the sovereign, little sovereign won't survive either. Could it be that there is no danger ahead? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought while Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing whispered to each other. After flying for a while, suddenly, the carriage shook violently. A mysterious force directly moved them out of the carriage. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes again and found himself standing above the sea of clouds. What's going on? Shen Nianqing asked nervously. Her voice was very low for fear of disturbing the sovereign. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stored the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage into the supreme storage. He then walked forward with the lesser supreme sword in hand. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing followed him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The sea of clouds was layered and the sky was filled with a dazzling glow. As the three strolled forward, little sovereign suddenly flew out of the sword and said with a smile, "Don't worry, let's go boldly." Although Zhou Xuanji was puzzled by this, he still quickened his pace. The two women followed closely behind. They didn't dare to lose track of him. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they saw a wooden house in front of them. Its back was filled with a dazzling glow. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. This wooden house looked simple and unremarkable, but it exuded a vast aura. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. For some reason, he felt that this wooden house was a little familiar. Could it be, as if he had guessed something, his pupils shrank. Impossible. Chapter 779. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression change, Shen Tang couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Shen Nianqing couldn't help but look back at him. "Nothing, I just guessed a possibility." "Let's move on," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. Little sovereign snickered on the side, looking a bit treacherous. They walked up to the wooden house. This wooden house wasn't big. There was probably only one room inside. There was a garden in front of the door. There were no trees, only some flowers and plants. There was no wind, but they swayed slightly. Zhou Xuanji looked at the wooden door, a little hesitant. "Hey, Sovereign, don't you want to come out and meet me? Little Sovereign asked casually. Hearing this, Shentang and Shenyanqing glanced at each other. They were very puzzled. Does Little Sovereign know the current sovereign? They were so nervous that they didn't dare to speak. After all, the sovereign was living inside. Crack! The wooden door suddenly opened. It was pitch black inside. They couldn't see anything. A figure slowly walked out. Shentang and Shenyanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Shenyanqing almost cried out in alarm. She quickly covered her mouth before looking at Zhou Xuanji and then at the sovereign. This sovereign was none other than Zhou Xuanji. He was wearing a pure black robe. His hair was naturally loose and there was a smile on his face. His eyes were deep as if he had seen through all the true meaning of the world. Zhou Xuanji wasn't shocked. But there was a complicated look in his eyes. Zhizun also looked at him, carefully sizing him up, revealing a satisfied expression. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in amazement and said, I guessed it would be like this. Sure enough. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, What do you mean? How did you guess this? Little Sovereign smiled and said, I was like this back then. I came here nervously only to find that the sovereign was me. Later, I understood that everything has its own cause and effect. At every stage, those who are qualified to break out of Anti-Kunlun are all sovereigns. This involves time and cause and effect. It's hard to understand. Zhou Xuanji was still confused. He didn't understand the true meaning. Shentang and Shenyanqing were still in a state of shock. The Supreme Being smiled and said, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for the Supreme Being's reverse body, those who come here from another plane won't be able to live long. Every Supreme Being will encounter their own reverse body. This is a test for you, and for us too. With a wave of his right hand, a rocking chair appeared behind him. He sat down and began to rock like an old man. He leisurely said, the Kunlun origin court and Anti-Kunlun have been a mystery since ancient times. Speaking of which, it is most likely to be related to the mortal god. Only the mortal god is unique in these two planes. Little Sovereign nodded and said with a smile, if his two mortal gods can survive, they might be strong enough to dominate the two realms. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but look at Shentang and Shenyanqing. It seemed that the red-clothed bald girl he met at that time was not Shenyanqing. Why was the mortal divine energy unique? Could it be that the rules of the two realms were created by the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji did not think further and asked, then can you let me go? The most important thing now was to get out of here as soon as possible. The rules of the two realms had nothing to do with him. He could not understand it. If he wanted to understand it, he would have to reach the level of a supreme being. Zhizun glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. If you want to leave, you have to rely on yourself, not me. Little Sovereign also smiled. Zhou Xuanji felt that the smiles of the two were very treacherous in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji asked, how can I leave? The sovereign shook his head. His body swayed as he said with a smile, no hurry. I want to ask you, how do you feel after coming here? How is it compared to Anti-Kunlun? The creatures of the two Kunlun origin court all thought that the other was Anti-Kunlun. From the ordinary creatures to the sovereign. Zhou Xuanji replied, there's no life here. It's like hell. Shentang and Shenyanqing nodded. Ever since they were young, they rarely left the mortal divine range because the elders said that it was too dangerous outside and restricted the actions of the younger generation. Do you know why it's like this? The sovereign asked with a smile, making Zhou Xuanji feel like he was looking at a mirror. Zhou Xuanji had already met two people who looked exactly like him. It made him feel very awkward. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, I should ask you this question, right? The sovereign wasn't just the strongest. He had to have his own responsibilities and responsibilities. Your anti-Kunlun should have a dark period. Our Kunlun origin court has just experienced it. If I hadn't appeared out of nowhere, dominated the sovereign list, and suppressed all the divine ranges, the Kunlun origin court would have been more like hell than it is now, the sovereign said with a smile. His smile was a little proud. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Since you and I are the same, you should understand how I feel right now, right?" The sovereign nodded as his smile began to fade. Zhou Xuanji keenly caught it. He immediately asked, "Do you have a family?" The sovereign, expressionless, replied, "No, the path to becoming the strongest is lonely. Only by being alone can one have no distractions." Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. After coming to the anti-Kunlun, he had imagined many scenes of reuniting with his family. But he didn't expect it to be like this. They are already dead. Looking at the calm sovereign, he inexplicably felt that he was looking at a dead person. The two fell into silence. Shen Nianqing looked at them in confusion. She didn't know what they were thinking. Shen Tang seemed to be thinking of something. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with pity in her eyes. "Okay, just say it," little sovereign broke the silence and said with a meaningful smile. Little sovereign broke the silence with a meaningful smile. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of expectation. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked with his eyes. "It's very simple. You just have to prove to the sovereign your strength and will to become the sovereign. As long as you pass, he will open the passage between the two worlds. To enter the passage between the two worlds, you need at least the strength of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Plus, you need the inverse chaos divine ability to stabilize the passage between the two worlds," Little Sovereign explained. Little Sovereign introduced, his eyes fixed on Zhou Xuanji. "At this point, brat, don't let me down." Zhou Xuanji looked at the sovereign and asked, "Is that so?" The sovereign nodded and said with a smile, "I will sit here. If you can make me stand up, I will consider it your victory." With a wave of his right hand, Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing immediately moved 100 feet away. A circle of light appeared out of thin air, isolating them. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique. He held the Lesser Supreme Sword in his left hand and the Great Destiny Moon in his right. With the two swords in hand, his aura erupted, shaking the sea of clouds. The sovereign raised his brow and said with a smile, "Sword fusion technique, not bad. It seems that you have a lot of swords, and each and every one of them is extraordinary." Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of swords appeared above him out of thin air, violently rushing towards the sovereign. As soon as these sword shadows touched the sovereign in the wooden house, they disappeared into thin air, turning into smoke. Zhou Xuanji arrived in front of the sovereign in a single step. He raised his sword and slashed at the sovereign. With a loud bang, he was directly bounced back by an invisible force. "It seems that your cultivation is not enough," the sovereign said with a smile. Zhizun laughed, his expression somewhat contemptuous. Chapter 780. Zhou Xuanji was not enraged by the sovereign's provocation but became even more focused. He used all kinds of divine abilities and attacked Zhizun crazily. He even used the exterminating divine eyes. But the sovereign remained motionless on the rocking chair with a smile on his face. None of Zhou Xuanji's attacks could touch him. Not enough power. Move faster. This sword has to follow a certain trajectory when swinging it. It has to move with the wind. Your exterminating divine eyes have to be used at any time, not after a pause. You're too weak. What qualifications do you have to become a supreme being? The sovereign's words pierced Zhou Xuanji's heart, but they did not disturb Zhou Xuanji's heart. Instead, he closed his eyes and devoted himself to the battle. The soul source orb between his eyebrows rotated constantly, like an eyeball. Little Sovereign was attached to the lesser supreme sword. His soul was behind Zhou Xuanji. He noticed Zhou Xuanji's expression and immediately began to preach. Jizun couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Hearing the Dao preaching, Zhou Xuanji's attacks did not slow down but instead became faster. His strength was also gradually increasing. From the perspective of Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing, it seemed as if countless Zhou Xuanji were besieging the sovereign. Jizun, who was in the sword chi storm, still maintained a smile, as if she was in another world. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, entered a wondrous state of enlightenment. After a while, the situation had changed. Every time Zhou Xuanji tried to break through to the sovereign realm, the invisible barrier would ripple. At first glance, the sovereign seemed to be in a ball of water. Jizun's eyes lit up and she began to size up the surrounding attacks. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. This kid's control over the Inverse Chaos Divine Art had reached such a deep level. In order to resist the sovereign's invisible defense, Zhou Xuanji was also using the Inverse Chaos Divine Ability while attacking, using the sovereign's rules to deal with the sovereign. Under such attacks, Zhou Xuanji's sword was getting closer and closer to the sovereign. Interesting. The corners of Jizun's mouth curled up as she smiled in satisfaction. As expected of his reverse body, his comprehension ability was indeed very strong. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing also noticed this scene. "Sister, he's amazing," Shen Nianqing said with a face full of admiration. The opponent was a supreme being. If it was her, she wouldn't even dare to make a move against a Jizun. Shen Tang nodded and said softly, "Be quiet. Don't disturb him." Shen Nianqing couldn't help but turn her head to look at her. She said meaningfully, "Sister, are you starting to turn away?" Shen Tang glared at her when she heard this, but she didn't retort. She felt rather sweet in her heart. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji's sword kept approaching the sovereign. At this rate, he would encounter the sovereign after a while. If the sovereign didn't want to get hurt, he had to avoid him. At that time, Zhou Xuanji would pass the test. However, Zhou Xuanji did not let his guard down. He was still in a state of enlightenment. His state of epiphany was very advanced. His consciousness could still focus on the battle, but his body was instinctively in the state of epiphany. Jizun's eyes turned cold. She suddenly raised her right hand and waved it casually. Puff! Zhou Xuanji immediately vomited blood and flew backward. He didn't even come into contact with the sovereign. Little Sovereign became angry and said, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Xuanji quickly steadied himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his eyes. Jizun looked at him from afar and smiled. "You have passed the test." He passed. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing were also stunned. In their opinion, this test should be very difficult. How could he pass so easily? How long did this battle last? Only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Little Sovereign was also stunned. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Don't joke with me." The sovereign smiled and said, "It's that simple. He is qualified to be the sovereign. Do I have to go all out? If that's the case, who can pass this test?" Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him and asked, "Can I go back now?" The sovereign looked at him and locked eyes with him. Facing the sovereign's eyes, Zhou Xuanji was inexplicably in a trance. "Are you ready to go back? Once you go, you will never come back," the sovereign asked seriously. His tone was full of deep meaning. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I don't want to come back either." In the distance, Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing were a little nervous. They also wanted to leave with Zhou Xuanji. Especially Shen Tang. You can only go back by yourself. You can't take the two mortal gods with you. They have their own destiny. It has nothing to do with you for the time being. But they are closely connected to you in the future, the sovereign said with deep meaning. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had already promised the sisters that he would take them away. At this point, how could he go back on his word? He asked, "How can I take them away?" The sovereign stared at him. His eyes turned sharp as he said, "If you take them with you, something bad might happen. Even as the sovereign, you can't see through the mortal gods. Not to mention that both of them are mortal gods. With two mortal rules together, their future is limitless." Zhou Xuanji remained unmoved by his words. Promises were very important. As for the price, he didn't want to think about it. "I must take them with me," Zhou Xuanji said firmly. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing were very moved by his words. The sovereign waved his right hand, and the two women flew to Zhou Xuanji's side. He stared at the two women and asked seriously, "Are you ready? Your future will not be peaceful. Your potential is unimaginable." Shen Tang took a deep breath and said, "We want to leave this place." They were heartbroken by Anti-Kunlun. They didn't want to stay here anymore. "Then, what will you do to him in the future?" the sovereign asked. His eyes were full of oppression. Shen Tang replied without thinking, "He saved my life and gave me a new lease on life. I will always follow him and serve him. I will never abandon him." Shen Nianqing didn't speak. She was very nervous. She was afraid that the sovereign wouldn't allow them to leave. "Remember what you said. Promises are always harder to carry out than to make," the sovereign said meaningfully. He raised his right hand as a halo of light appeared beside him. It quickly grew until it reached 6 feet in diameter. It was filled with golden light, making it impossible to see anything. He continued, "This is the passage between the two worlds. If you want to cross it, you will encounter various rules. You can't hide in artifacts. You must cross it in person. Otherwise, the rules of the other Kunlun origin court will reject you and directly obliterate you." Zhou Xuanji turned his head and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Little Sovereign looked at the sovereign and asked, "Did you divine something?" As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned their attention back to the sovereign. The sovereign shook his head with a smile. He didn't say anything. Zhou Xuanji also didn't ask. Instead, he led the two women to the golden halo. "Hey, how are your wives and children?" the sovereign couldn't help but ask. His tone was a bit complicated. Zhou Xuanji didn't look back and replied softly, "I don't know, but I will protect them." After saying this, he stepped into the passage between the two worlds without hesitation. Shen Tang and Shen Nianqing followed closely behind. The sovereign showed a strange smile and murmured, "Mortal gods, who is the one behind this?" You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.